Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. It's currently 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel, where we enter day 38 of the war with Iran. Let's quickly break down all of the latest developments. After a dramatic night of search and rescue efforts to locate the missing people in a Haifa building after it was struck by an Iranian ballistic missile, 4 bodies have been successfully recovered from the rubble. The 4 were recently identified as a married couple, their son and his girlfriend. All have been pronounced dead at the scene. Search and rescue teams used phone tracking tech to locate the victims trapped underneath the debris of the 7-story building, which suffered a direct hit. An 82-year-old man injured in the same strike remains in serious condition and has been taken into surgery, while 8 others were lightly wounded, including a baby. Meanwhile, this morning, Israelis woke up to 16 impact sites across central Israel following a missile attack from 3 a.m. this morning. And just 15 minutes ago, central Israel came under attack once again. Now, ILTV's Maayan Hoffman is standing by with all of the details on this latest barrage and more. Maayan, what's the latest?
So I'm going to start with what just happened now 15 minutes ago in central Israel. We're talking about more than 24 impact sites, including a direct hit in the area of Ramat Gan. All of the impact sites are in central Israel: Tel Aviv, Petah Tikva, Bnei Brak, Ramat Gan, as I mentioned, Rosh Ayin, areas that you've heard before. The man appears to be in his 40s, in moderate condition from that impact site in Ramat Gan. And we're starting to get new footage of some of the other impact sites. Now, this, of course, follows a pretty difficult night and morning here in Israel. I want to just take you back to Haifa. You mentioned at the beginning of the report that 4 people were recovered, and now we know many more details about those people. First of all, early in the morning, there was the married couple in their 80s who were pulled from the rubble, but several hours later, a man in his 40s was also discovered dead at the Haifa scene. And then a full 18 hours after that Sunday night impact, yet a 4th victim was rescued, a woman around the age of 35. Now, that strike, as we mentioned, was late Sunday night, and there was real fears at the time that the entire 7-story building would collapse while rescue workers were working round the clock to find those individuals who were trapped. We now understand that this 100-kilogram ballistic missile did not explode, and that was the reason that you didn't see the full building collapse or any of the houses actually nearby be damaged by that impact. What we also understand is that the reason that the Air Force was unable to stop that missile from striking down was that it actually dispersed in the sky and fell only after that. So the Air Force said that that was the reason why it was not able to take down that missile. Now, just taking you back to central Israel, right before, we mentioned what happened 15 minutes ago with more than 24. We're talking about, it looks like 27 impact sites right now. Magen David Adom is still operating on the scene. And that followed around a 3 a.m. strike as well in central Israel, where you had almost 15 to 20. They're talking about impact sites in the region. And 2 people were wounded then as well, including some in serious condition. A 34-year-old woman in Petah Tikva was driving along and actually took shelter on the side of the road and was harmed in that attack. As you can see the videos here of that explosion. Now, the Home Front Command is telling people, if you are caught driving on the road at the time of a siren, the best thing to do is to try to make your way to the nearest shelter. If you're not going to be able to do that, very important, distance yourself from the car to stay away not only from falling shrapnel, but of course from the car exploding. There's gas in that car and from parts of the car harming you. So distance yourself as far as possible from your car. We also know from Magen David Adom in that same attack, a 90-year-old is in serious condition. That person fell on the way to the shelter. So far, Devo, we're talking about 500 ballistic missiles launched from Iran, mostly towards civilian areas, since the start of this war on February 28th.
What a crucial update. And Maayan, just before I let you go, we have Trump's deadline approaching. So in light of all that tension, what is the feeling on the ground right now?
You know, it's so interesting, Devo, as I've been interviewing here on the home front, trying to understand, you're seeing this double-edged sword. People really want the war to end, and at the same time, they really want to win. And it's unclear, given the recent impacts, the barrage of missiles that continues to be sent at Israel, fewer missiles than before, but certainly, as we're hearing, deadly missile strikes. So the feeling is one of, ambivalence is what I'm hearing from people. They aren't sure what to make of the potential of an immediate ceasefire today or within the next 24 hours, or of an escalation, because of course, if Trump's demands, as he's, said, don't come to fruition, he's threatening quite an escalation that of course will impact us all here when it comes to running to shelters, or as Passover winds down, potentially returning to school.
All right. Thank you, Mayan, for that much needed report. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as mentioned earlier, President Donald Trump has extended his ultimatum deadline by 1 day, essentially gifting the Islamic regime an additional 24 hours to agree to U.S. demands and open the Strait of Hormuz. In a post to Truth Social, Trump announced the new deadline as Tuesday, which is tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This will be the third time that he's actually delayed his ultimatum. Trump has threatened sweeping strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure if Tehran does not comply, including possible attacks on power plants and bridges, while continuing to press for a deal under which Iran would give up its enrichment program, a demand Iran has thus far rejected. Now, while Trump prepares for action, Iranian Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf is actually doubling down, tweeting that Trump is, quote, dragging the United States into a living hell. New reports from Reuters now say a Pakistani draft has been sent to both U.S. and Iranian officials. The framework reportedly includes opening the Strait of Hormuz for a temporary period. In return, the United States would halt strikes until a broader deal can be reached further down the line. An Iranian source told Reuters that they are weighing the draft but still refuse to reopen Hormuz for a temporary ceasefire only. Both parties are due to respond today. But meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains mostly closed. Energy trade continues to suffer, and we wait for yet another 24 hours to see what the United States has up their sleeves. And as the United States and Israel prepare for a possible major escalation in the war, should President Donald Trump's ultimatum to Iran expire without a deal, strikes continue across Iran, this according to the IDF. In the latest wave, Israeli Air Force fighter jets struck targets in Tehran to degrade regime capabilities, though no additional details have been given. Security sources say Israel remains on high alert ahead of Trump's deadline, with preparations underway for a range of scenarios, including the possibility of U.S.-backed strikes on heavy targets inside Iran if diplomatic efforts collapse. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reportedly briefed the security cabinet while Israel continues to lobby for strikes on Iran's energy sector and national infrastructure, which officials believe could actually apply significant pressure on the Iranian regime. Now, behind the scenes, IDF Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir and senior U.S. Central Command leadership are holding a series of high-level discussions on the potential coordinated attack. Meanwhile, Defense Minister Israel Katz announced the successful elimination of Majid Khadami, a senior Iranian intelligence official. Take a listen.
עדכנתי על ידי הרמטכ"ל שצה"ל סיכל הלילה בטהרן את מג'יד חדמי, ראש ארגון המודיעין של משמרות המהפכה, אחד האחראים הישירים לפשעי המלחמה האלה ואחד משלושת הבכירים ביותר בארגון. משמרות המהפכה יורים על אזרחים ואנחנו מחסלים את ראשי המחבלים. מנהיגי איראן חיים בתחושת נרדפות, נמשיך ונצוד אותם אחד אחד.
And joining me now to discuss these latest developments is retired General Gadi Shamni, former head of IDF Central Command and IDF representative to the United States. Gadi, thank you so much for joining.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Of course, so the speculation as of now at this point is that the regime will likely not agree to open the Strait of Hormuz. So assuming that we do see an immense escalation in fighting, what would a joint U.S.-Israeli operation on Iranian energy infrastructure look like? I mean, complete cooperation in the skies, boots on the ground, perhaps?
I think that the level of force that was built around Iran, the U.S. military forces are sufficient for a limited operation on the ground. So we might see an attack on Hajj Island, to hold the the oil export infrastructure of the Iranians, or maybe taking some key points and high ground near along the Hormuz Strait in order to enforce an opening of this strait. I don't think that we will see a big scale operation. I don't think that it will support. I think that the efforts that are being done now by the U.S. and by Israel supporting the U.S. is to bring the Iranians to the negotiation table. Because I think that there is an understanding that at the end of the day, we'll have to have an agreement with the Iranians, and you have to have the best agreement that you can get. Now, the U.S. suggested this 15-point agreement, which the Iranians will probably not accept. They are playing very tough, but there are things that can satisfy at least an initial ceasefire with some continuous negotiations with limited time. Of course, you cannot drag it forever, but the most important thing for Israel is that the enriched uranium will be taken out of Iran.
Right, Gadi. So sorry, if you just allow me to interject. It's interesting that you're saying that the goal is to bring the regime to the negotiating table. Is that not what opened this entire front in the first place? The United States was negotiating with the Islamic regime on the nuclear issue. The Islamic regime was backtracking. They were drawing a red line in the sand and saying that we refuse to give up our enrichment program, and that's what opened this war in the first place. So why are you saying that the goal is now to return to negotiations?
Well, I think that there is an understanding that the way to solve this crisis at the end, we have to have some kind of agreement, which is good for the U.S., good for Israel, good for the region, an agreement that will ensure stability in the region. And the most important things are, one, to take the enriched uranium out of Iran, and to open the Hormuz Straits, which it's a card that the Iranians are playing with. There are assumptions that the U.S. didn't plan for that. I don't think so. I believe that Central Command, CENTCOM, planned for that. But let's see what will happen. The issue of the missiles, the issue of the proxies. These are things that have to be dealt with Iran. We have to limit the Iranian capability, which is already limited because of the strikes. The infrastructure of their industry infrastructure, their capabilities, their knowledge. But still, Iran is a big country, is a very powerful country. There is a lot of knowledge, and you cannot bomb knowledge. You cannot bomb motivation. You cannot bomb ideology. That's why you have to get an agreement, and the best agreement and the most important, the key points in that agreement for Israel is the enriched uranium, and then we have to take care of all the rest. These are very important things. There's one more thing that I would like to emphasize on that. For Israel, the connection between Lebanon and Iran is very problematic, because let's assume that the U.S. reaches an agreement with Iran and there is a ceasefire. Israel will not be able to cease fire in Lebanon unless Hezbollah agrees and the Lebanese government disarms Hezbollah. Israel cannot live with this reality that with our notes, modern settlements suffering from direct fire, and this threat of a raid on our northern border. So this is something that has to be changed. And I think that for Israel, it would be very important to separate any agreement with Iran from what will happen in Lebanon. Lebanon will not finish soon, as I see it.
Right, and we've actually had a ceasefire in Lebanon, the November 2024 ceasefire, which was signed through mediation, but that's clearly gone out the window because during that window, the terror group did take the time to just rearm and reestablish all the capabilities that we previously destroyed. But I do want to go back to the Islamic regime. You do make a good point with Lebanon, but I want to dwell a little bit on the regime. They just recently announced, as we reported, the elimination of their head of intelligence. He was in that role for less than a year, so it looks like they're going to need to fill this role again. My question is, who is they? Who's calling the shots? Who's directing the attacks? What do we know about what remains of the regime at this point?
All those leaders that were targeted, we should not mourn any of them. They're bad people and they deserve it. But will this change the situation on the ground? I'm not sure, because they have replacements, and sometimes the replacements are even worse. Let's see what happened now. We killed a lot of their leadership. Into those key points of governing came the IRGC people, which are much more extreme. They are military oriented. They don't understand and they don't deal with diplomacy. So it's probably harder to deal with them now than it would have been had we dealt with those murderers that we killed. So it's killing. Targeting leadership is a good thing on one hand. On the other hand, it might be very problematic. And as I see it right now, we have a more extreme Iranian leadership. Maybe it's not a regime that operates and functions as it functioned in the past, but no doubt that they are more extreme. Some of their leaders there are people that led the 8-year war between Iran and Iraq, and that's what they know. They can continue like this for years. I mean, they don't care about the people. They don't care about the suffering of their people. They are very extremist, and so that's the dilemma always.
Right. So, Gadi, just before I let you go, I do want to ask more on the Israeli front. Do you think that, say we can bring the Iranians to the negotiating table, but they pull the same tricks that they did the last time around before the war even began, where they keep, saying their demands and then backtracking and then going back and forth. Do you think, can the IDF afford to keep going? And not inevitably, but at some point, you're going to have to draw a line. You're going to have to say, okay, we've done what we needed to do militarily. Can the United States go longer than the IDF? Can we afford, especially with everything happening inside of Lebanon with Hezbollah, and we're having fallen soldiers almost every week? How much more can the IDF give in this operation with Iran specifically?
Well, the IDF will do whatever is needed and will go as long as needed. But no doubt that there is a lot of fatigue and erosion, and we are not doing the dirty laundry outside, but that a lot of Israelis are not happy with the way that the Israeli government is dealing with for example, recruiting and the Haredi community into the military. It's more than 2.5 years since October 7th, and assuming that October 8, the Haredi community would join the military in big numbers, and strengthen the IDF, things would have looked different, and that's not the way it works. So a lot of politics are playing here. The reservists in Israel are very tired. Their families are very tired, but they're coming. They're coming because they understand the importance of their missions. They come to join their friends because they will not leave their friends. So they have a commitment. They have a commitment to their friends, to the IDF, to the state of Israel, and we will do whatever is needed. But there is a lot of room for improvement in the Israeli government performance and behavior and attitude towards those issues.
Yeah. Yeah, and Gadi, just one last question. I would love to get your opinion. I do like to ask my guests, an opinion question. Do you think that the war could be ending soon, and do you want it to?
Well, war is a bad thing, and I always prefer peaceful solutions, understanding that at the end of the day, security of Israel will be achieved first and foremost by peace agreements. And the war is a mean in order to get to peace. And this is something that the political leadership, the statesmen have to lead. And unfortunately, I don't see that it's happening now. The IDF is with at least 5 open arenas, in the south, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iran, in Judea and Samaria. So do I want the war to end? Of course. How fast? I think that in Iran, we came to the point that the effectiveness of our attacks and the U.S. attacks is coming lower and lower. So I think that within a matter of days, there is an option. If you get a good agreement, it's reasonable to stop that war. With Lebanon, it's a different story. With Lebanon, we have to strengthen the Lebanese government. I don't think that Israel can come to the conclusion that the Lebanese government will never do anything. I mean, we have to support them together with the international community in order to disarm Hezbollah. And in order to do it, we have to mount pressure on Hezbollah and on the Lebanese state. I'm not saying that we should attack civilian infrastructure in Lebanon, not yet. But the point or the fact that there are around 1 million refugees in Lebanon, most of them are Shias, and they cannot really settle because nobody wants to rent them an apartment or to live near them because they know that the IDF might bomb this apartment. That puts a lot of pressure. Now, it has to do with the outcomes in Iran. If the Iranian regime will stand on its feet at the end of this conflict, so Hezbollah will probably
be even stronger than they already are now, probably.
Unfortunately, yeah. So it's all connected. On the one hand, on the other hand, the Israeli interest is to disconnect between those arenas, between an agreement with Iran and a ceasefire with Hezbollah.
Interesting. So 2 different fronts, same issue, but 2 different fronts and possibly 2 different solutions, which really just proves just how nuanced this ongoing war is. Gadi Shamni, thank you so much for joining us on the show and for giving us your insights today. My
pleasure. Thanks for having me.
And now let's turn now to our second guest for today's show. I'm pleased to welcome Dan Pfefferman, Middle East analyst and executive director of Sharaka. Dan, pleasure to have you on to discuss some diplomacy.
Thank you. I'm now with Middle East 24, news platform.
Right, of course. Sorry about that. So I'm curious about, your take on this Pakistani draft that we reported on earlier, this framework that has been reportedly presented to Iranian and U.S. officials. We've yet to see the reaction to it from U.S. officials, but if we could hypothesize for a moment here, what do you think will be the American response to this Pakistani draft? The Iranian response has been so-so at this point. They're saying, we refuse to open the Strait of Hormuz for a partial ceasefire. What do you think the American response will be?
Well, first of all, we don't actually know what's happening behind the scenes. What we've learned time and again is that the actors involved in such negotiations, such diplomatic moves, tend to keep their cards very close to their chest, and they don't want to, intimate what it is they're going to do. And so you can imagine, of course, the Pakistanis, the Turks, and the Egyptians are involved in this, and it's taking place in Islamabad, are working to try to at least calm down tensions, stop the heaviest rounds of U.S. and Israeli bombardments in Iran, open up the Straits of Hormuz for a period that could bring about then a more lasting ceasefire. Of course, that is if Iran meets America's demands, most, if not all, of the 15 points, or at least make serious concessions on the nuclear program. So we don't know what's going on right now. All the indications we're seeing from the current leadership in Tehran, the new Iranian regime, or what's left of it, Mojtaba Khamenei and the new IRGC leaders, show that they seem to be disconnected from reality. They don't seem to care that the entire infrastructure of their country could be destroyed. You are talking about serious messianic fanatics who at the same time are also detached from reality and are overconfident in the leverage that they hold over the Straits of Hormuz. The big question really is going to be here: is the United States going to be willing to buck domestic and international pressure and continue to maintain this grip until Iran bends? And honestly, that's really the only acceptable scenario from an American or Israeli or even a regional standpoint at this time, because otherwise you're going to be left with Iran that is overly confident about the pressure it can exert on the Straits of Hormuz.
Right. So I actually wanted to ask you about where Israel stands in all of this, diplomacy. We're not at the negotiating table. We also weren't, the original nuclear talks, which their collapse opened up this war. So what are Israel's priorities at this point? Is it still, the main three, the nuclear, the ballistic missile, and the regional proxies, or has the last 38 days of war changed any of that?
Well, I think Israel, has always had to be more realistic as far as Iran is concerned. Iran is not Lebanon. Iran is not Gaza. It's farther away. And so Israel is very, I would say realistically, right? Ideally, we want to see this regime collapse. Realistically, I think Israel well understands that if this ends with an improved situation on the ground, that is a degraded Iranian regime. Its defense industries are reportedly significantly degraded. Its missile stores are very much degraded. Estimates say, some say, Iran has half of the missiles it had at the outset of this, maybe even less. And of course, the nuclear program pulled back. We already know that its proxy array has been pushed back. So Israel's strategy is much more realistic. Israel is not necessarily looking, or does it trust the Iranian regime in the deal? It's going to continue to kind of push back Iran's capabilities, and not necessarily look at statements or intents. We already know that Iran definitely doesn't hold up to its agreements. It's the United States that really is going to be seeking some kind of agreement, and that's exactly what it is that the Pakistanis, the Turks, and the Egyptians here are coming together to try to get the Iranians to accept some kind of agreement that will, at least in theory, permanently roll back the nuclear program, again, the missile program, and its support for proxies. And I think if we even get two out of those three, it'll be significant. And of course, Iran has to open up the straits. It's really doubled down on this strategy of pressuring the world to pressure America, and it can't be allowed to get away with this strategy.
Absolutely. And do you maybe think that this is why Trump has extended that ultimatum, this deadline for another 24 hours? Because there was speculation that maybe that could be to just buy him more time to, reorganize militarily and to actually, come harder from what he was originally saying. Militarily, of course, if there is no deal at the end of this deadline. But do you think that maybe he was pushing off the deadline to actually genuinely, legitimately give diplomacy a chance? Is that what he really wants right now?
Trump is hard to read, and he has been certainly in this term. We see that he is definitely capable of using military force, where other presidents might be a little more hesitant. But he also understands a fundamental aspect of diplomacy, and especially diplomacy when you're talking about the Middle East. And that is, if you don't have the serious military credibility to back diplomacy, then it doesn't mean anything, and the Iranians have no incentive to go along with it. And so I think it's both, right? You have to, maybe not talk softly, but certainly carry a big stick and be willing to weld that big stick. And what we have learned time and again, at least with the previous Iranian leadership, is that tactically and in the short term, they do respond to pressure. And the big question is, will this leadership respond to pressure, or are they so detached from reality and so convicted of their success and their invulnerability that even the actual pressure won't work? And then, of course, the United States, and again with Israel working together, will have to use that pressure to achieve those goals one way or another. Obviously, diplomacy would be more preferable, and diplomacy has to be backed by credible military force. But in this case, this can't be left in ambiguity. There has to be a clear conclusion to this.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Testing the waters with the new leadership, who they're all new, as I just recently discussed in the previous interview. Dan, do you think that maybe there could be daylight between Washington and Jerusalem when it comes to, capping this war, whether it's turning to diplomacy or even just, striking hard? The deadline is up, you go in harder, but just stopping the war at any point? Because at what point does that happen? At what point does Trump decide that enough is enough? Because, every time you eliminate a figure, as I said, the role is replaced with another target, usually with a hardliner. So when do you draw the line, and could there be room for disagreement between Israel and the United States?
Well, there's always room for disagreement. We haven't seen any so far, at least in this campaign. The United States has to work in a much more comprehensive manner, has to take international considerations. International economics, oil flows much more into concern than Israel does. But at the end of the day, it seems that Israel and Israeli leaders are already saying this. Netanyahu and others are saying this, that from a military standpoint, Israel has more or less achieved what it set out to achieve. And Israel doesn't have the capacity to enter into a diplomatic framework that the United States does. And so unless the United States does an absolute about face on Iran, and a lot of people are familiar with the FAFO versus the taco debate on Trump, right? Will Trump chicken out? So unless the United States completely chickens out, backtracks, and gives Iran even a marginal victory over the Straits of Hormuz, it looks like Israel and the United States will be in alignment. And it looks like, obviously, Israel will wrap up its military efforts as soon as the United States gives the signal. What'll be more interesting to see is what will happen in Lebanon if and when this Iran campaign comes to a conclusion, because there the Americans are decidedly not involved. Of course, Israel is working with American coordination, on what's happening vis-a-vis Hezbollah in Lebanon, a main Iranian proxy. But that is not something the Americans are involved in. So the big question we're going to see is I don't expect daylight on Iran, but will some level of daylight develop regarding Hezbollah? And certainly, these two administrations in Washington and Jerusalem have been very good on keeping those matters of daylight behind the scenes, as it should be between close allies, and have learned how to work together very effectively to take on these challenges across the region.
Right, but behind the scenes portion, I completely agree, is crucial, especially for such a diplomatic ties like the U.S. and Israel. You touched on something earlier that I want to go back to, and the question for me is, can diplomacy really be trusted at this point when it comes to the Islamic regime? I mean, where has diplomacy been when it comes to the proxies? I mean, I know that they're not the same, but we have Hezbollah, Hamas, the Iraqi militias. They don't do ceasefires. We keep signing agreements and then they take the time to go and rebuild. So how can we fully trust this regime, especially considering that all of the leadership is new? Why is Trump, do you think, so trusting this regime?
Nobody's trusting this regime, and I think that's one of the big things is you reach these agreements, and if Iran were to kind of come about, Iran or Hezbollah in this case, or any of these proxies reach this agreement with the United States, it is a short-term lifeline for them to basically stay alive, live to fight another day. I think everyone understands this. The challenge that the Iranian regime is going to have here is that were it to ever fully accept these conditions set by the White House, the 15 points, they're basically accepting, the loss of their entire raison d'etre, their entire identity of exporting the revolution, and so they might make a short-term trade of let's shore up stability, let's stay alive to fight another day. But as we know, just like they did with the sanctions, they'll go back to evading sanctions. They'll go back to trying to build the missile program, supporting proxies. They'll just add more and more layers to obfuscate what it is they're doing, to make it harder to track. The Iranian regime, again, at least in the previous iteration, always worked with a lot of deniability and not having their hands ever directly on any of the guns in the region. We don't know how this new regime is going to act in that regard. Everything we've seen so far, and we've written about this on Middle East 24, is that they're going to be probably more brazen and less sophisticated in that regard. But what they tend to do is they wait until international or regional attention gets distracted, gets tired of that constant vigilance over their sanctions busting, and then they become more and more and more brazen until they feel they can pull off an October 7th, until they feel they can pull off, launches from Lebanon or from other places against Israel or against U.S. interests, now against the Gulf states. And so, that kind of time always tends to work in their favor because democracies that are not ideologically driven in that regard tend to get tired over time because they want to, build their societies, build the economies, go about life, whereas regimes like Iran's are ideologically driven and very much centralized in that regard. And that's going to be the test, right? You reach a deal that tilts things in your favor, and then the real game is played in the interim. And it's a matter of time about the conditions that you set before the next, round of tensions, round of fighting, the next deal, and you're constantly playing this chess game. Really, the only way this ever ends with this Iranian regime is when this Iranian regime falls under its own weight. Will that take weeks? Will that take months? Will that take years? We don't know. It is not a regime that can really be sustained with the level of coercion, with the level of abuse and repression of its own people. And now that it's lost trust with virtually every country in the region, this is not a regime that has a long lifeline. And so basically the play here has to be the United States led, and has to make sure that Israel militarily and the other countries diplomatically and economically continue to apply the pressure until one day, this regime is no longer. And that's really the only way in the long term that this can be resolved.
Interesting. And Dan, just before I let you go, because we are almost out of time, I do just want to take a minute to ask you about the Gulf states. You touched upon that briefly, but do you think that their behavior in this conflict has been adequate? I mean, countries like Bahrain have just been attacked time and again. Their energy infrastructure is being attacked, and they're not really joining the front. I don't know. Nobody's really expecting them to go in as hard as the U.S. and Israeli militaries are. In fact, Trump has said time and again that we don't necessarily need their help militarily. But do you think that they've been acting adequately considering the situation? And should diplomacy prevail and some sort of deal can be reached, would that be to the benefit of the Gulf states or not? And how would it affect the region?
Well, I think what this war did in Iran's calculated strategy of kind of burning down the house, right, or in this case, burning down the neighborhood, in order to apply pressure on the United States to stop, has backfired and will backfire. What the Gulf states realize is Iran cannot be co-opted. However, they have their own calculations. And so you've seen different approaches. You've seen the UAE especially, but also Bahrain and Kuwait surprisingly take a more hawkish approach. encouraging continuing this conflict to weaken and to bring down this regime. The Saudis are quietly, reportedly pushing the United States to finish the job, so to speak. Whereas, the Qataris and the Omanis, the traditional kind of go-betweens, the Switzerlands, if you will, of the region, are trying to get back to their role. What you can see here is a lot of trust will have been lost. They have their own calculations. They're much closer to Iran than we are here in Israel. They are literally, tens of miles across the Gulf. They're much more vulnerable militarily. The Bahrainis, even the Emiratis, know full well that Iran is their most serious threat to their national security. Iran continues to claim that Bahrain is one of its own islands. It's one of its own provinces, actually, and has never stopped claiming that. But they have a lot also on the line here. If Iran decides to escalate and go after energy and especially water desalination facilities for the Gulf states, that's a major, major threat to their day-to-day survival. And so they're kind of towing a line here between backing the United States, aggressively pushing for diplomacy that opens up the Straits of Hormuz. And you can imagine that going forward in the long run, this is actually going to strengthen the Abraham Accords dynamic as opposed to weaken it. And I think that's one of the clear things we're going to be looking for going forward, and especially as this current round of fighting winds down. I think that's the shift that we're going to be seeing in the Gulf states.
I think that could potentially be a best case scenario when it comes to the Gulf states and everything unfolding at the end of this war. I think that was beautifully put. Dan Pfefferman, thank you so much for coming on the show, for giving us your insights today.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
And moving on, while speculation for diplomacy or war continues, what is the latest on the people of Iran? Joining me now to give us some Persian perspective is Iranian activist Aram Bolanpaz. Aram, if you're with me, thank you so much for joining.
Hello, thanks for having me on board.
Of course. So, Aram, if I'm not mistaken, you're based right now in London. Do you have any contacts inside of Iran, family, friends? Do you know what they're saying from over there on the ground?
Well, my entire family, they live there. Unfortunately, as you know, there has been the longest modern history blackout. So the connection has been limited. However, there has been some people that contacting from inside Iran. They pay quite significant money in the black market to access VPN. I would say it's not, if I may say, for instance, from 100 of my family relatives member, perhaps I have heard from 2 of them. The situation is quite scary. Bombs are terrifying. But what is more scary is a regime that is killing its own children, its own people. The regime that has put in power now 12-year-olds, that the guns they holding is twice the size of their body. That is more scary, and that is what I hear. It's not an easy situation because people can't really work how they used to work. People don't go out. People don't know exactly what is happening because they've been cut off from the world. But they're hopeful. That's all I can say.
And, in Israel, we keep, announcing all these military gains, successful strikes, eliminated regime officials. But is there a palpable difference that is felt on the ground? I mean, we know that the Basij forces were one of the targets that the U.S. and Israel have actively gone after. They were also very involved in the depression of the protests that were occurring in Iran, these violent and brutal Basij forces. Is there a difference felt on the ground in their presence, or is it just strictly military and nothing on the ground has actually changed?
Well, from what I have heard, obviously there is not much connection, but every now and then, whatever we hear, I want to actually go to this Basij that you were referring to, specifically particular one in south of Tehran, in an area called Naziabad. which in January 8th and 9th, they killed a lot of people from the roof of that Basij center or base. To a point that I do have a relative that they live in the area, and they were quite upset with whatever was happening over past few years, to a point that they told me once, Aram, I always pass by this building, and in my heart, I always question, would there be a day that this building get collapsed and all these people gone? And that has happened. That has happened. It was a very, very early strikes from the beginning of the attacks that they actually got kind of wiped out. But the reality is, what they're describing in Israel, I don't exactly follow everything, but of course, this government that still is in power, they have many arms and forces. Now they're recruiting young children. So they are trying to drain, to use every single human being they have in power, as an asset to use to suppress people. So they're not just going to easily go. So there are still these people on the ground. They are still going every night in every neighborhood, singing Nohe, playing Quran, to give fear to people. But of course, they're also dropping down.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I also wanted to ask you, Aram, in the last week alone, the Islamic regime has executed opposition, students and others associated with the protests, those accused of spying for Israel. Do you see these executions as a symbol of power still held by the Islamic regime, or is that exactly the message that they're trying to send to the Iranians?
I see it as a sign that the regime knows it's losing control. This is not just about maintaining power. It feels like retaliation, a reaction to a society that is no longer behaving the way the system expects. And to understand this, we have to look at the history. After the 1979 revolution, this government consolidated power through executions. Many of the very people who helped bring about that revolution, political activists, opposition figures, were later imprisoned and executed in mass. So governing through fear is not new, it's how the system was built. But today is different. The scars from those decades still exist, families who have been grieving for years. But society has changed. People are more aware, more concerned, even under blackout, and less willing to be controlled through fear alone. So these executions are not a display of confidence, I would say, my personal view. They are a reaction to the possibility that the control is slipping.
Absolutely. Well, that is unfortunately all the time that we have for today. Aram Bolan-Paz, thank you so much for coming on the show and speaking to us today.
Thank you.
And moving on now to the Northern Front. The campaign against Hezbollah is intensifying, according to the military. IDF Chief Eyal Zamir says more than 1,000 operatives have been killed so far, a number he says will continue to rise. During a field assessment in southern Lebanon, Zamir said the IDF is carrying out widespread strikes, targeting Hezbollah's operatives, command structure, weapons, and economic infrastructure. He also added that all areas south of the Litani River have become, in his words, quote, a combat zone, where Israeli forces and the Air Force are systematically targeting the group. Zamir said the IDF will maintain a forward defensive line to protect northern communities and will continue operations until the area is completely cleared of all threats. And so joining me now to discuss all the latest with the Northern Front and Hezbollah is Dr. Nir Boms of the Moshe Dayan Center for Middle East Studies at Tel Aviv University. Dr. Boms, thank you so much for joining.
Good to be here.
So as, related as Hezbollah is to the Islamic regime and that front of the war, this seems like a completely different front. We're hearing from Israeli officials recently that setting a goal to fully dismantle Hezbollah is not a realistic goal. That left citizens of northern Israel, frustrated, and I can understand why. But are these new assessments of their capabilities saying that they have more than we originally thought driving that decision and saying that we can't dismantle Hezbollah? Or is there really another reason why we can't genuinely finish the job in Lebanon?
Well, these discussions about whether you can completely eliminate a terrorist organization are not new. We've had them when we discussed the Islamic State, when we discussed Al-Qaeda, when we discussed Hamas. You can weaken terrorist organizations, you can dismantle its leadership. At some point, you can try to surrender it, but it's not easy to surrender an ideology. For that, you need something different. And in the context of Lebanon, part of this discussion is whether we can take the vast majority of Hezbollah weapons, operatives, military out in a way that will enable to really say we have done with Hezbollah. But since Hezbollah is so entrenched in Lebanon, from its political system all the way to the infrastructure, the social infrastructure that Hezbollah has built, in order to really do that, it may require an operation which is bigger than what some of people have envisioned. And that's where also discussions about other alternatives, including diplomatic alternatives, also comes to play. That's the broader state of play of this argument. Again, you've had a significant war in Gaza. We were supposed to eliminate Hamas. We did in many ways, but we also see that Hamas is still here. And now we have a promise that eventually it's going to be eliminated. It's clear that a war has more than kinetics and more than a military dimension, and that certainly is the case in Lebanon.
Right. So I guess the follow-up question is, so what are we doing there? I mean, the last time we went into Lebanon obviously was on October 8th after Hezbollah joined this front and fired rockets. We sent in our troops, and we have, as an Israeli from, the home front perspective, it's just a glaring point that you can't ignore, that we keep having all of these fallen soldiers. What are we doing in Lebanon? The IDF is saying that we're degrading their capabilities, but that's what we did last time. And then in the November ceasefire that was signed in 2024, which wasn't a real ceasefire, they just took all that time to rebuild. So what are we doing there right now? What's the goal?
Well, what is the goal is something that the politicians needs to say. And getting rid of Hezbollah its entirety is one of the goals, certainly the long-term goals. Whether it's the actual objective of this particular campaign, it's part of the debate that we have been having here. But what the IDF is doing there is making sure that Hezbollah is more than degraded, and perhaps opening a window, and this is something that was achieved, if you like to look at something which is a bit positive, to other arrangements or forces to potentially take their place. Again, I think over a year ago, since September, since the quote-unquote Lebanese ceasefire began, so on the one hand, we heard that Hezbollah had gained capabilities and perhaps significant amounts of money and smuggling, and we've seen even recently some tunnels that were exposed on the Syria border. And I'm speaking to you from the northern part of Israel at the moment, from the field. So we have seen that the abilities to rearm Hezbollah have not eliminated completely, although they were weakened. Hezbollah was able to gain arms and to gain abilities. Part of what we're doing on the phase one is to make sure that we're taking this capability back and that we are bringing Hezbollah into a weaker point. But the second part may be equally as important, and that is whether we can bring Lebanon to a point in where it can begin to create some alternatives to Hezbollah, whether the Lebanese army eventually will be able to take the place of Hezbollah, and whether we will be able to create a scenario where not every certain number of years or months the IDF will need to do this job again. Again, considering that it may not be enough to just degrade Hezbollah and infrastructure of Hezbollah, that we need to do it in a more significant way. And also to say the following: if we would have not have done that in the previous operation, and we have seen what was revealed and exposed, we could have seen something very different now. And I think we should also say something on Syria in this perspective, because the fact that nobody is shooting at us from Syria also means that the particular geopolitical reality that emerged following the Gaza war, October 7, and all of its aftermath with the 7 different fronts, eventually made at least some difference. So not all of it is negative. It's not a complete repeat of the past, but Hezbollah is still there, still kicking, still trying to remain a formidable force in Lebanon. And as we've seen, is coordinating synchronous attacks along with the Houthis and along with the Iranians. Something that we have seen less of in the previous round, and certainly something that we were very much feared of. And this is really another reason why the IDF is doing what it's doing in Lebanon.
Right, and we're actually really seeing the devastation and the consequences of these coordinated attacks, which is one of the reasons why the IDF is trying to establish a bigger buffer zone in the north. But I do want to just dwell a little bit on your comments on the Lebanese government, because the last time around, obviously, they did commit to disarming Hezbollah. That didn't happen. Obviously, it's a question. The question still remains on whether or not they didn't want to or couldn't. That's not information that we have access to at this point. But do you think that enough damage can be done to Hezbollah if the cooperation between Israel and the Lebanese government, the Lebanese army, the civilian Lebanese government and army, do you think that that sort of cooperation could actually accomplish more than any military campaign could?
Well, I maintain contacts with Lebanese, including with Lebanese Shia. And I hear voices from Lebanon, and I think we've heard publicly some interesting voices from this particular Lebanese government that we have not heard in the past. In January, after 40 years, we heard the first time when an Israeli and a Lebanese official actually met. We can probably assume that there were other meetings taking place in other formats that created some dialogues about the potential future. There is certainly a camp in Lebanon that would like to see a different solution to the Hezbollah problem. I think for many in Lebanon, it's a choice. Do we choose Hezbollah or do we choose Lebanon? They understand that if they choose Hezbollah, it means that Lebanon must go, because Israel will need to do what it needs to do in order to deal with the threat of Hezbollah. And of course, the Lebanese are going to suffer. And I think there are many Lebanese who say that we have enough of this. I think we've heard the president of Lebanon and other officials saying enough with this war. But they also understand that in order to stop this war, it's not about convincing Israel to stop. We need to make sure that Israel is not going to have a reason, and Israel should not have a reason to attack Lebanon unless it is because of what Hezbollah and it's Hezbollah is a proxy of a larger force, which is that Iran. So if we're able to have a real root canal a type of a treatment to these problems, perhaps we can imagine a different future between Israel and Lebanon. And I think this future can be very useful for Israel, for Lebanon. I think it has lots of potential and options. But for that, we need to make sure that Lebanon will become Lebanon again. And that it's going to be a country that's not going to be ruled under a militia that has a military larger and stronger than the national army of the country.
Absolutely. Extremely well said. And I agree with that sentiment incredibly. But that is all the time we have, Dr. Nir Bums. I want to thank you so much for coming on the show, giving us your insider scoops from your Lebanese contacts, and for joining in general. Thank you so much.
Good to be here.
And really quickly, we close our show actually exposing an anti-Semite in a video that already went viral. We're just bringing it to your attention now. Take a look at what happened when journalist Jennifer Koonings harassed a group of 4 Israelis in Times Square in New York.
Central New York City, there are 3 baby killers sitting right there. Oh my God, their numbers keep multiplying. There's like 4 of them now. There's 4 baby killers. Oh my God. There's 4. Baby killers! Baby killers! These guys killed babies in Palestine. slaughtered babies. Terrorists. Terrorists. Fuck Israel. Fuck Israel. We don't want you here. Terrorists. Disgusting. They're baby killers. They harass people. They are baby killers.
You don't know anything about him.
Yes, I do. They're fucking Israelis.
You need to quit harassing him, okay?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the Spider-Man. Baby killers!
They may be laughing, but that is your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man for you. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour, broadcasting live from Israel and the heart of the Middle East. We're here every hour on the hour with the latest breaking developments, in-depth reports, and exclusive insights into the stories shaping the region and the world. Stay with us throughout the day. Scan the QR code that's on your screen now to get access to our ILTV WhatsApp channel and get all of the updates coming out of Israel and the region. I'm Devo Klein. Thank you so much for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast. U.S. Special Forces conduct historic rescue mission of U.S. Air Force navigator downed in Iran. IDF expands offensive in Lebanon to degrade Hezbollah as missiles continue to hit Israeli communities. Despite war, Israeli communities celebrate Passover under fire. Welcome back to ILTV News. Happy Passover and happy Easter to our Christian friends. A historic rescue mission took place overnight in Iran as the U.S. military carried out a successful and daring special operation to secure the return of the missing Air Force navigator from the F-15 fighter jet downed over Iran 2 days ago. U.S. officials are calling it one of the most complex missions in modern military history. The airman was part of a two-person crew aboard an F-15 Strike Eagle that went down over Iran during combat operations. Both crew members ejected, with one rescued earlier and the second left stranded behind enemy lines for more than a day. U.S. officials say the rescue involved hundreds of special operations forces supported by dozens of aircraft, helicopters, and advanced intelligence assets who had to contend with Iranian forces searching for the airmen simultaneously. Fox News also reported that Israel aided the U.S. operation in sharing intel and preventing attacks on U.S. forces during the 36-hour search for the missing airman. As American forces moved in, airstrikes were carried out to keep Iranian forces at bay, and a firefight broke out during the extraction between U.S. troops and Iranian regime forces. The airman, who was injured but able to evade capture, used a locator beacon and secure communications to guide rescuers to his position. In a final stage of the operation, U.S. commanders were forced to destroy 2 disabled transport aircraft on the ground to prevent them from falling into Iranian hands before evacuating all personnel. Both crew members are now safe, and no American casualties were reported in a mission that underscores the reach, precision, and commitment of U.S. forces to bring their people home, no matter the risk. The countdown is on for U.S. President Donald Trump's latest ultimatum to the Islamic Republic to agree to U.S. demands or face a devastating attack on Iranian infrastructure. Last night, U.S. President Donald Trump warned the Islamic Republic that only 48 hours remain in the 10-day ultimatum, demanding that Tehran reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face a sharp escalation in military action. The latest warning comes as the strategic waterway through which around a fifth of the world's oil supply normally passes remains effectively closed, driving global energy prices higher. Trump has warned once again that if the regime fails to comply within the deadline, quote, all hell will break loose, with U.S. officials indicating that potential targets could include Iran's energy and power infrastructure. The deadline is set to expire tomorrow night after earlier extensions were granted to allow for diplomatic efforts. However, those efforts now appear to have stalled. The regime has rejected U.S.-backed proposals and has not committed to reopening the strait or entering talks with Washington. Regional mediation attempts, including efforts involving Pakistan, Turkey, and Egypt, have so far failed to produce a breakthrough, while Qatar has shown reluctance to take on a leading mediation role. Despite statements from U.S. President Donald Trump suggesting progress in negotiations, no direct engagement has been confirmed. Over the weekend, about 40 countries took part in a UK-led virtual meeting on stopping Iran from holding the world hostage in Hormuz. They included representatives from countries such as France, Germany, the UAE, Canada, and India, but did not include the United States. Britain said the discussions focused on coordinating international action to ensure freedom of navigation and to counter what officials described as the regime's attempts to use the strait as leverage over the global economy. The region is now on edge with growing concern that if the deadline passes without progress, the United States could move to significantly expand its military campaign. For now, with no agreement in sight and the clock ticking down, the risk of a major escalation continues to rise. With the Trump ultimatum to Iran ticking down, Israel is reportedly preparing strikes on Iranian energy facilities as it waits for a green light from the U.S. ILTV's Steve Leibowitz has the latest.
Whereas just days ago, many analysts in Israel were seeing signs of an early end to the conflict, most are now trending toward the war continuing for at least the coming weeks. Regarding the potential strikes on energy, that could take place in the coming days. The development comes amid U.S. President Donald Trump's new ultimatum to Iran, which has heightened expectations that Washington may support expanded Israeli military action if Tehran fails to comply. According to the report, Israel has already begun limited targeting of Iranian infrastructure. The IDF confirmed strikes on the petrochemical complex in Mashahir in southwestern Iran, saying the site was used to produce materials for weapons. Prime Minister Netanyahu confirmed continued operations against Iran, stating that Israel will keep striking what he described as the regime's war infrastructure, including industrial and financial systems supporting its military capabilities.
הבטחתי לכם שאנחנו נמשיך לכתוש את משטר הטרור בטהרן, וזה בדיוק מה שאנחנו עושים. אחרי שהשמדנו להם 70% ביכולת ייצור הפלדה, שמשמש להם חומר גלם לכלי הנשק נגדנו, אנחנו היום תקפנו את המפעלים הפטרוכימיים. אנחנו נמשיך לכתוש אותם, כפי שהבטחתי, מועדים לשמחה.
The Israeli Air Force continues non-stop strikes against the firepower arrays of the Iranian regime, aimed at reducing missile threats to Israeli civilians. The IDF has released special color footage showing a precise strike on a truck serving as a mobile ballistic missile launcher in the Tabriz area of western Iran. The launcher was successfully destroyed, thwarting an imminent missile launch toward the state of Israel. Waves of strikes across Tehran targeting Iranian air defense systems, missile structure, and defense industries are continuing. According to the army, the strikes focused on air defense assets operated by the Iranian regime, including the Revolutionary Guard facilities where missiles intended to target aircraft are stored. In parallel, the IDF said it struck ballistic missile storage facilities along with additional production and R&D sites associated with Iran's weapons systems as part of an effort to degrade the regime's core military capabilities. The Army describes the operations as part of the broader campaign to intensify damage to Iran's air defense network and strategic firepower infrastructure. According to the IDF, the Air Force has carried out more than 400 strikes over the past 2 days alone.
Turning to Lebanon, where the IDF is stepping up operations against Hezbollah, combining targeted ground raids with airstrikes against the group's infrastructure and operatives. ILTV's Devil Klein has the latest.
In a series of targeted raids on structures used by the terror organization, troops located large weapon stockpiles, including anti-tank missiles, RPGs, rockets, Kalashnikov rifles, and ammunition. Additionally, forces of the 91st Division struck command centers used by terror operatives and positions used for launching anti-tank missile attacks. According to the IDF, the broader campaign involves multiple divisions leading a coordinated ground offensive aimed at pushing Hezbollah forces away from the border and degrading their capabilities. In the past 24 hours, troops identified a Hezbollah cell and directed a precision airstrike that eliminated the operatives in a rapid target closure. The IDF also reports strikes on key financial assets linked to Hezbollah, including facilities associated with the Al-Qard al-Hassan network, as well as major bridges used to transfer weapons and fighters. Meanwhile, specialized units continue precision operations on the ground, including the multi-dimensional unit, which has carried out dozens of strikes and eliminations, most recently destroying a rocket launcher aimed at Israel. Since the start of the fighting, the military says that approximately 1,000 operatives have been killed, including senior commanders, while more than 3,500 targets have been struck across Lebanon. An IDF soldier was killed and another was seriously wounded in an incident of friendly fire yesterday in southern Lebanon, military said on Saturday. The fallen soldier has been identified as Sergeant First Class Guy Ludar, 21 of the Commander Brigade's Maglan unit from Yuvalim. May his memory forever be a blessing.
Well, now joining us to discuss the latest developments on the war in Iran, as well as the IDF's operations in Lebanon, is Colonel Miri Eisen, a senior fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism. Colonel Eisen, always a pleasure to have you on ILTV. We saw President Trump's threats against the regime. What do you think could be next if the regime doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz or negotiate, or perhaps more importantly, what will it take for this regime to surrender in some form?
Let's start with the targeting itself, because he gave a very clear ultimatum, and he said within a certain amount of hours what's going to be attacked are going to be what I'm going to call infrastructure. Oil places, gas places. We're already talking about that basic economic infrastructure, which is such an important part for Iran. It's not just the regimes, it's already the country. That's definitely a stage that we have not seen until now, and I would expect that to be very heavily against the Harj Island, that same island with the possibility of taking it over, to really attack it. It's not a place that is populated by the population of Iran. It is most definitely what I would call a depot, an oil depot, and that would be the kind of place that you could just bomb extensively and see the change. What will bring about a regime change? That's going to take a long time. This isn't something that happens in the 4 to 6 to 8 weeks of this war that we're in right now. That's something that's going to be happening afterwards, I think, because whoever stays there afterwards is going to have to contend with Iran the day after. And that means looking at all of the destruction that they could have avoided, looking at the reconstruction and where the priorities are. And there I do expect to see a really big shift domestically inside Iran.
Well, hopefully for the people of Iran, we see something like that, some kind of change. But I have to ask for Israel, I mean, what is the end game at this point? What does success look like for Israel?
To me, it's already successful. Look at what's happening around us, the different countries and the coalitions. This isn't about being a Zionist and loving us, which I would love, but that's not what I expect. It's about viewing Iran, that Islamic regime, as being the world threat, not just the regional threat, as being a country that for so many years has not abided to any of the international agreements anywhere in the world, that went and attacked all of the different Gulf countries and continues to do so on a daily basis. So for us, when I'm talking about winning, etc., it's about changing the rules of the game, that the Islamic regime of Iran is not the one that's going to define, not for Israel, not for Lebanon, not for Syria, and certainly not for the Gulf countries, how this region looks. And that's already happening now. So we're getting there. I want them to have less capabilities. Every single day adds into that as well.
Now, I want to move to Lebanon a little bit, because I want to ask you, how is the IDF's morale given these extended military campaigns? We have Gaza, we have Lebanon, we have Iran now. Is there fatigue in the IDF, and how much of an impact does that have on the execution of these critical military operations?
We've been fighting for 2.5 years. 2.5 years, something that we need to take into account. It has not been high intensity the whole time. When we're talking about high intensity in the real clashes, if it was against Hamas in the Gaza Strip, if it was both before against Hezbollah and again now against Hezbollah inside Lebanon, I wouldn't call it fatigue. What you do is you change and rotate between the different units. I think it's much more difficult for the reserve units, because the reserve units, can you imagine you're going home home, you're working in your regular job, you're called up for reserves, you do 6 weeks of reserve duty if it's against Hamas in the Gaza Strip or against Hezbollah in Lebanon, then you go back to your civilian life. So there's certainly the challenge of both PTSD and fatigue, but I think that the military builds itself in a way to rotate it. Can we keep on doing this forever? None of us want to be in a forever war. Every single person understands that we want this war to end, both against Hamas and Hezbollah and the Islamic regime of Iran, where the rules of the game have changed, where it isn't the terror organizations, the terror armies, and the terror regimes that define the rules of the game in our area.
Now, I want to ask, before I let you go, I mean, we have to talk about this historic rescue mission that we saw the United States primarily conduct. What do we know about Israel's involvement in this rescue mission, if anything, yet? I know we're still in the early stages, but we did see a historic event, a historic success for the United States. Was there any Israeli involvement that we know of in that?
Prime Minister Netanyahu already went out and spoke about how magnificent it is, and what he used in his terms was the word joint. We have been in a joint mission from February 28th. That's very unique. In a joint mission, you're sharing the intelligence, you're sharing the capabilities, you're sharing both the good and the bad. And I would say in that sense, it's joint. That means that we were there, we were looking, we're helping in any way. Obviously, it's a U.S. front mission, but we would have been there at every step along the way to help, especially with intelligence, perhaps even more any way we can. Joint mission.
Now, I want to ask you one more thing really quickly, because we did start by talking about how the next targets inside of Iran are the infrastructure, which invariably also affects some of those Iranian people that have been under this regime's thumb for so long. What is your message, if any, as an Israeli to the people of Iran who will likely face, at this point, some degree of significant strikes on that infrastructure? I mean, how can they remain with high morale as much as they can in a difficult situation like this?
I think that every Israeli stands with the Iranian people. It's something that we've said every stage along the way. We are there with you. We understand both what it's like to be under the bombardments. We're under the Islamic regime, missiles and drones and terrorism. And our heart is not just with you. We're there to try and enable a different future for you. And my hope is that they will be able to last and to get through this just as we are, so that in the future we're going to build a different future. We are there with you. This is not against the Iranian people. It's against the terror Islamic regime, and that's the one that needs to go.
All right. Thank you, Colonel Miri Eisen, for your insights today.
Thank you so much.
IDF intelligence assessments indicate that despite 37 days of conflict and extensive damage, Iran still maintains a significant ballistic missile arsenal capable of reaching Israel. Separately, the head of the IDF Northern Command says Israel overestimated damages to Hezbollah after the 2024 war. The sobering estimates come amid sustained incoming rocket fire from Iran and Hezbollah. ILTV's Devo Klein has the report.
An Israeli Air Force intelligence officer, identified as Lieutenant Colonel TET, who heads research on Iranian missiles and drones within the Air Intelligence Group, told Channel 12 News that Iran is believed to still possess more than 1,000 ballistic missiles. According to the IDF estimates, Iran entered the conflict with approximately 2,500 ballistic missiles. Since then, more than 500 have been fired at Israel, while others are believed to have been destroyed in Israeli airstrikes. While intelligence assessments also indicate a decline in the rate of fire from as many as 90 missiles on the first day of the war to a current estimate of around 10 to 15 missiles per day, the IDF believes Iran retains the ability to sustain missile launches over time, with officials warning that fire rates may fluctuate and are unlikely to drop to zero while the conflict continues. U.S. intelligence reports indicate that Iranian personnel are working to excavate and reactivate underground missile bunkers and silos that have been struck by U.S. and Israeli forces, sometimes restoring them to operational status within hours. Even when underground facilities appear damaged, U.S. officials say launchers may be recovered from the rubble and returned to service, allowing Iran to maintain opportunity and continuity in its missile operations. Turning to the north, where the chief of the IDF's Northern Command, Major General Rafi Milo, said that security officials overestimated the damages inflicted on Hezbollah's military capabilities following Israel's 2024 ground offensive in southern Lebanon. According to Channel 12, Milo acknowledged a, quote, gap between the IDF's initial assessment of Hezbollah's degradation and the group's continued ability to carry out attacks against Israeli communities in the north. Over the Passover holiday weekend, Israel came under repeated missile fire from both Iran and Hezbollah, but also the Houthis. Iran fired multiple salvos at Israel using ballistic missiles, including cluster munitions that spread over wide areas in central Israel and the Haifa region, causing massive damage and light injuries. Emergency services report impact sites in Ramat Gan, Givat Shmuel, Petach Tikva, and near Haifa, with homes, roads, and vehicles all damaged. One person was lightly wounded near Haifa by shockwave debris. And the Bnei Brak home of Knesset member Moshe Gafni was damaged by a cluster bomb during an Iranian ballistic missile attack on central Israel early yesterday morning, breaking windows but causing no injuries. Hezbollah has been firing into northern Israel with hundreds of missiles launched in recent days, with some being intercepted and others allowed to fall in open areas. Damages were caused to homes and communities including Gesher Haziv in the western Galilee and Metula, where a drone from Lebanon also struck a residential area. Footage from the scenes showed significant damage to private homes in Gesher Haziv.
Palm Sunday in Jerusalem is being marked this year under the shadow of war, with the holy city noticeably quieter than in previous years. This year's Easter coincides with the Jewish holiday of Passover, creating a moment in which multiple faiths are observing major holidays simultaneously in Jerusalem. Normally filled with tens of thousands of pilgrims, the Old City has seen strict security measures in place, including heavy police deployments around churches and along traditional procession routes. The Western Wall, normally packed with Jewish visitors during Passover, is largely closed. At the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, Christians gathered to celebrate services commemorating the resurrection of Jesus, but attendance was limited and traditional processions were scaled back or canceled due to security concerns and regulations. The ongoing war with Iran and regional tensions have prevented most international pilgrims from traveling this year, leaving local Christian communities to mark the occasion. Religious leaders say that despite the quieter atmosphere, the core message of the holidays remains unchanged, a message of hope and renewal during a period of uncertainty. Christians in Jerusalem marked Good Friday under similarly restricted conditions. The Via Dolorosa, traditionally filled with pilgrims, was largely quiet, with only small groups able to participate in processions due to the security measures during war. Several key holy sites, including the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, have been closed to the general public since early March, with many services moved to live stream or held in limited formats. The impact of this war has been felt across the region, with reduced pilgrimages due to safety concerns and continuing missile threats. The IDF Homefront Command has extended its current wartime guidelines through tomorrow night as security restrictions remain in place. Authorities say a further assessment will be held by tomorrow evening to determine whether the restrictions can be eased. Under the current directives, educational activity is permitted only in the limited areas of the north, south, and Judea and Samaria, and only where shelters are readily accessible. In the rest of the country, schools remain closed and large parts of daily routine continue under limitations. Gatherings are also restricted, with up to 50 people allowed indoors and outdoors in most areas, provided a protected space can be reached in time. Workplaces may operate under similar conditions. Meanwhile, the Transportation Ministry is moving to ease some aviation restrictions, with plans to increase the number of passengers permitted on departing flights from Ben Gurion starting as early as Sunday. Under the proposed framework, the current limit of 50 passengers would be raised by an additional 20, with a further 20 seats allocated for humanitarian cases, bringing the maximum to 90 passengers per departing flight. Air traffic remains heavily restricted, with takeoffs and landings limited to 1 per hour, as Israeli airspace continues to operate under wartime conditions. And today we once again have the pleasure of hearing from Yael Eckstein, president of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, as she brings us the latest highlights and inspiring updates from the fellowship's ongoing work.
Shalom from here in Israel, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week, and I'm actually telling you about them from inside of a bomb shelter. Number 1. Before the war with Iran broke out, the Fellowship was preparing many projects to be able to respond immediately during times of crisis. One of the things that we prepared were thousands of emergency cards with money on them that we can distribute to people whose homes have been hit, people who have lost everything in the war and have nowhere to turn. In every single city in Israel that's in need, and especially those that are most affected by the war, the Fellowship is on the ground helping the people. Number 2, the Fellowship recently went to go deliver food to elderly Holocaust survivors in Petach Tikva. And so the Fellowship went to go deliver food to Nahum, the Holocaust survivor. And right before we went in, the siren sounded. We ran to the shelter. Immediately after, we went up to Nahum's apartment, and he was shaken, but thank God alive. And what was so heartbreaking was when we were in the shelter, the only thing these elderly were asking for was, "Do you have my food? Because my cupboard is empty." There you have it. From here in a shelter, you now know about 2 more projects of the Fellowship. Join me next week, same place, same time, for more updates on what's happening on the ground. Hello.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 11 degrees Celsius or 52 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 18 degrees Celsius or 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and keep up with us on social media. You can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Chag Sameach. Happy Easter to our Christian friends, and thank you for watching.
And moving on now, with the home front guidelines changing to help maintain Israel's economy, a growing question remains. What does wartime do to Israel's economy, and how can we help? Joining us now is Dani Naveh, President and CEO of Israel Bonds. Under his leadership, Israel Bonds has raised more than $7.3 billion worldwide since October 7th, 2023, and 2025 marked the 3rd consecutive year in which global sales of Israel Bonds exceeded $2 billion. It's moments of crisis, and in moments of crisis, the organization's mission becomes even more critical, playing a vital role in strengthening Israel's economic resilience. On Saturday, Mr. Naveh launched an international emergency campaign to support the state of Israel in light of operations Epic Fury and Roaring Lion, sending a clear and powerful message that Israel is not alone. Dani, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So I have to ask you, as conflict in the region widens and Iran launches unprecedented missile attacks on Israel and neighboring countries, how is Israel Bonds responding to this moment of crisis?
As you have mentioned, on Saturday, hours after the operation started, I initiated a special campaign of support for Israel. And you can find so many people these days that ask themselves, how can they assist? And the most direct and impactful way to help Israel is by buying Israel bonds. Buying Israel bonds is first a statement of solidarity, of standing strong with Israel. And it's also a sound financial decision. You support the Israeli economy resilience, and you get strong and steady return.
Mm-hmm. And you know, what message would you share about the strength and the determination of the Israeli people and the U.S.-Israel partnership in light of the recent conflict? And how can supporters demonstrate their solidarity at this critical time?
Well, when we take a look at the performance of the IDF and the U.S. armed forces, it's really amazing. But if you ask me what is not less impressive, is the resilience of the Israelis. The fact that although the heavy toll, although the cost and the heavy costs in human life, the scary moments at the mamad, at the shelter, although the heavy toll, the spirit of the Israelis is very strong and steadfast, because people understand that this is not just a war on the right of our beloved Jewish homeland to exist. This is a war on the future of human civilization. And the United States and Israel stand shoulder to shoulder, and now it's our turn to show our support. And the best way to do it, as I mentioned before, you can go today to israelbonds.com. If you have an account with us, you can just make an investment. If you don't have an account, you can open an account and express your support for Israel today.
Awesome. And I also just want to remind our viewers that the QR code that is on your screen right now will take you directly to the website if you do want to donate. Mr. Neve, before I let you go, I also want to ask one final question just about Israel's economy in general. We know that ongoing conflicts do impact Israel's economy, but my question is how and what can we do about it?
Although the toll of the war, the Israeli economy is very strong, which is very impressive. You take a look at the main indicators of the Israeli economy, you see how strong they are. From the performance of the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, the strength of the shekel, billions of dollars of investment in Israel tech during the last couple of years during the war. And we at Israel Bonds can take pride in having an important part in that, in supporting the Israeli economy. As you have mentioned, we raised since October 7th more than $7.3 billion for Israel. So each one of our investors can take pride in having part in that, in the strength of Israel and the resilience of the Israeli economy.
That is awesome to hear. I also want to just let our viewers know that you really don't have to wait for wartime to invest in Israel bonds. I can share with you that my grandparents have actually invested in Israel bonds. I got one for each of my birthdays. So you can really invest at any point just by scanning the QR code on your screen. Dani Nave, thank you so much for coming on the broadcast today.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth. We're back in the studio as the U.S.-Israel war against the Islamic Republic enters its next phase. A new narrative is being pushed hard across Washington. The media and social media are now saying that this war is out of control. The United States and Israel are already somehow losing this war. So let's talk about it. What we're watching unfold this week isn't just a war, it's a coordinated effort to redefine that war in real time. And if you're only following Western headlines or commentary, you'd think that everything is spiraling, that the United States and Israel have lost control and the campaign is already veering off course. But that's simply not what the facts show. And the gap between perception and reality right now isn't accidental, it's being actively constructed. Start with the most basic point that somehow the entire media class has decided to ignore, which is that this war has only been going on for a matter of weeks. Weeks. And as you already have commentators acting as if the absence of total immediate collapse means something is wrong, as if complex military objectives that involve dismantling nuclear infrastructure, degrading missile systems, and hitting regime networks across multiple domains are supposed to be completed instantly. Well, that's not how war works. It's like the Western media has completely lost any concept of how wars operate today. They have no sense of timelines, no understanding of sequencing, and no patience for operations that are designed to unfold in phases. The expectation seems to be that if everything is not immediately resolved, then something must be wrong. Something must have failed, which isn't really analysis when it comes to war, it's ignorance. Now look at what the United States is actually saying about the campaign, because that matters a lot more than the media hysteria that we're hearing and seeing on social media. Senior officials have made clear that the objectives are defined and that progress is being made within that framework, and that those objectives, they're not vague or open-ended, they are specific and measurable. The objective here is to destroy the nuclear program and its ability to rebuild it, to debilitate the ballistic missile program and its ability to rebuild, to cripple the regime's ability to finance and support terror proxies in the region, and to take out key regime infrastructure to allow the people a chance to rise up. All of those are on track. That is what is actually happening on the ground through sustained and targeted strikes on missile production sites, drone facilities, naval assets, IRGC-linked infrastructure, and command and control systems that the regime depends on to operate both internally and across the region. When you look at that whole operational picture, what you see is a methodical campaign degrading capacity layer by layer, not a chaotic situation that's spinning out of control. Now compare that reality to what's being pushed in the media. You have Piers Morgan telling Trump to get out of the war as soon as possible, as if abandoning the campaign midstream somehow produces stability. You have people like Megyn Kelly trying to shift blame onto Israel, pushing the idea that the United States is somehow being influenced rather than acting in its own interest.
No one should have to die for a foreign country. I don't think those 4 service members died for the United States. I think they died for Iran or for Israel.
And then you have Axios, the champion of fake news this entire war, publishing a report highlighting that J.D. Vance expressed skepticism about Israeli pre-war assessments, which was immediately twisted by Axios into a claim that the United States was misled or dragged into this. And the evidence, of course, is that Iranians haven't risen up yet. Well, that argument collapses instantly when you look at what has actually happened, because the Iranian people were told explicitly not to rise up yet. They were literally told the opposite. Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi said it, Prime Minister Netanyahu said it, and President Trump said it. In fact, just a few days ago, CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper reinforced this, making clear that the timing of any internal uprising would be part of a broader strategic sequence in the eyes of the U.S. Take a look.
My main message is this. First and foremost, we are attacking the regime in the Islamic Republic, not the wonderful people. The second piece is continue to heed our advice. We've had multiple messages that have come out that have said, beware, the government doesn't care about you. They're launching missiles and drones from occupied areas. You need to stay inside for right now. Third, there will be a clear signal at some point, as the president has indicated, for you to be able to come out.
Exactly. Now, this is super crucial because it shows that what we're seeing inside Iran right now isn't hesitation and certainly not failure. It's discipline within a coordinated approach where pressure is applied externally first, the regime is weakened structurally, and only then does space open up for internal action. Will it be enough? We don't know yet, but that is the plan for what's moving forward. It also exposes an ongoing psyop to manipulate the American public that's being led by people like Joe Kent, about whom I ask again, like I did last week, who is paying him? Anyway, when critics say, why aren't they rising up, they're ignoring the fact that the people they're referring to were explicitly told to wait, and that wait is part of the plan. Now, to move on to the next manufactured panic, which is the constant fixation on ground troops inside of Iran. Every few hours, there seems to be a new wave of commentary suggesting that this is heading towards Iraq and that an invasion is imminent and that this is turning into some kind of plan for a long-term occupation, a forever war. But that entire line of argument is built on either a misunderstanding or, in many cases, a deliberate distortion of the facts. Yes, there are discussions right now about special operations forces and limited ground elements that should not surprise anyone, quite frankly. Those discussions are tied to very specific, high-value objectives, including securing critical sites like Kharg Island, which is central to global energy flows, or potentially moving to secure or remove that highly enriched uranium, the 400 kilograms, to prevent escalation or proliferation by the Islamic Republic. Now, both of those are targeted, time-bound missions tied to strategic necessities for the United States. To lump that together with what happened with Iraq is honestly just lazy analysis. Iraq involved a full-scale invasion, a prolonged occupation, and an attempt to rebuild an entire political system over the course of several years. What's being discussed here are limited operations tied to clearly defined objectives with no indication of long-term occupation or governance. Not to mention the fact that Iran is not anything like Iraq. They have a completely different history. They're a different people. And unlike Iraq, Iran has a history of being a Western-friendly, high-functioning, and progressive nation in the global community. Perhaps most importantly, the Iranian people are the ones that are spearheading all of this initiative. It isn't an intervention from abroad with an excuse that, someone invented in order to take out specific leaders. And yet that distinction is being consistently erased because Iraq is an easy word to throw around if the goal is to shut down debate rather than to engage with facts and the reality on the ground in a complex situation. At the same time, Israel's position has been consistent to the point that it's almost ignored. Israel has repeatedly said that regime change in Iran is up to the Iranian people. That is not changed, and it's not new. And no amount of accusations from people like Joe Kent is going to change that reality. The goal of this war is to weaken the regime to the point where it cannot continue to operate as a regional and global threat, and to create the conditions where internal change becomes possible. That is the framework. Now step back and look at what's actually driving this reaction, because it goes deeper than simple disagreement. You have disinformation, and then you have privilege on the other side. First, the disinformation is the constant recycling of bad comparisons and misleading narratives, whether it's Iraq, whether it's claims that the U.S. was dragged into this by Israel, or whether it's the idea that timelines measured in weeks somehow indicates failure or a quagmire. And then you have privilege, particularly in the United States, where generations have grown up without experiencing war in any meaningful way, without understanding the need for deterrence, and without having to think about what happens when hostile regimes are allowed to operate unchecked. And so the reaction is often ill-informed and emotional. But that perspective completely ignores the alternative, which is allowing a regime that has spent decades building proxy terror networks, targeting Americans, destabilizing entire regions of the world, and expanding its influence to continue operating without meaningful constraint. We're already seeing what that looks like, with activity across multiple fronts tied back to the same regime infrastructure that this campaign is targeting. So the idea that doing nothing reduces risk is completely disconnected from reality. A lack of deterrence invites expansion, and that expansion doesn't stay contained to Iranian territory or even the Middle East. So when you strip away the noise, the headlines, and the attempts to redefine this war in real time, what you're left with is a campaign that is progressing on course with its objectives, degrading the regime's capabilities across multiple domains, and doing exactly what it was designed to do within a timeline that, again, is measured in weeks. In other words, the U.S. and Israel are kicking ass in all the right ways, and the American public and media should be shutting up, quite frankly, and saying thank you, not inventing stories about how we're losing when we aren't. And now on to Lebanon. This next story is a perfect example of how quickly the narrative can harden before the facts are even processed, and why it actually matters to slow down and walk through what happened instead of reacting to a single loaded word. Now, this past week, we saw an Israeli airstrike in southern Lebanon that killed two individuals, Ali Shuaib and Fatima Fatouni. And within minutes, the framing across large parts of the media ecosystem was set. Israel has targeted journalists. Now, that framing spread fast because it's emotionally powerful and it's also legally loaded. And once that takes hold, it becomes very difficult to dislodge, even when the additional facts come out. So let's start with what is actually known. Ali Shuaib is a longtime figure at Hezbollah's Al-Manar network. Now, Al-Manar is not a neutral media outlet. It's actually been designated by the United States as a specially designated terrorist entity, part of Hezbollah's infrastructure formally, and functions as a propaganda and operational arm of that U.S.-designated terrorist organization. Now, that designation isn't symbolic. It reflects years of evidence that the network has been used for recruitment, for messaging, and for support of Hezbollah's activities. Now, according to the IDF, Shoaib was not simply affiliated with the network in a media capacity. He was also an intelligence operative within Hezbollah's elite Radwan force. He was operating under the guise of a journalist with Al-Manar. Now, the Radwan Force isn't a political wing or a media entity. It's a specialized unit within Hezbollah that's tasked with offensive operations, including cross-border activity and high-risk missions. Now, it matters because under international humanitarian law, the protection afforded to civilians, including journalists, isn't determined by job title. It's determined by status and conduct. Members of organized armed groups are considered combatants or continuous combat function participants, the exact terminology, which means they don't benefit from civilian immunity, regardless of whether they also perform media roles. Now, legal analysts who have looked at this kind of case consistently point to that standard that once an individual is integrated into an armed group and contributes to it in its military capacity, the presumption of civilian protection no longer applies under international law. Now, even beyond formal membership, the law is also clear that direct participation in hostilities removes civilian protection for the duration of that participation. That includes intelligence gathering, surveillance, transmitting information that has military value, or coordinating with fighters. And they're not abstract concepts. These are specifically addressed in the International Committee of the Red Cross guidance and the widely accepted interpretations of the laws of armed conflict. So when the IDF states that Shuaib was functioning as an intelligence operative under journalistic cover, the legal analysis must necessarily shift immediately, because the relevant question, is no longer whether he held the title of journalist or where he happened to work. It's whether he was part of an armed group or contributing to its military operations. And if that threshold is indeed met, he's not a protected civilian. And this is exactly the point that many legal commentators and analysts who support the strike have emphasized, that the law does not protect individuals who are actively embedded within armed groups carrying out operations simply because they also engage in media activity. So failing to recognize that distinction creates a loophole that armed organizations can actually exploit. And they do, as we've seen with multiple terror groups. Now, the second individual, Fatima Fatoumi, was affiliated with Al-Mayadeen, which is also widely known as a pro-Hezbollah, pro-Islamic regime outlet that consistently amplifies the narratives of those actors. The legal case around her is less clear in terms of direct operational involvement, and that distinction should be acknowledged because, of course, not every person working within a politically aligned or even propagandistic media environment automatically loses civilian protection. But what is striking is how quickly the entire story was flattened into a single category, as if both individuals must be treated the same, and as if the label of journalist resolves the legal question without any further inquiry into the role, affiliation, or the activity. And that's just not how the law works. And it also, anything that we've seen hasn't proven that Israel targeted Fatima specifically because she was a journalist, contrary to what many people have accused Israel of. So when it comes to analyzing events like this, it's not serious what we're seeing in the mainstream media. And what many of the legal experts have pointed out in similar cases is that the abuse of these protected categories is a known tactic by multiple arms groups precisely because it complicates targeting decisions. It creates reputational consequences when strikes occur, especially in the event of Israel. And of course, we see that embedding operatives within civilian or quasi-civilian roles, including media, isn't incidental. It is strategic for groups like Hezbollah because it leverages those protections while simultaneously undermining them. And that's why I want to be very clear also on a personal level, because as a journalist, it's especially infuriating because this deliberate blurring of these lines, it doesn't just distort the story, it actively endangers people like me who are doing their job in good faith. I mean, real journalists who go into war zones without weapons, without protection beyond the law itself, relying on the understanding that they are civilians and that their role here is to document, not to participate. But when we see armed groups that are using journalism as cover, when operatives like Ali Shuaib present themselves as media while engaging in intelligence or military activity, they erode that distinction, and it actually makes every legitimate journalist more vulnerable in those areas. Because the next time someone's holding a camera, then we have to ask the question, are they documenting or are they operating? And that ambiguity risks lives in war zones. It also is made worse when media organizations refuse to acknowledge the difference and instead reinforce the idea that anybody who happens to have a press affiliation is automatically a protected civilian, regardless of what they're actually doing. Now, to look at the reaction to this strike. I mean, you saw immediate outrage framed around press freedom, around the supposed targeting of journalists, as I mentioned, and around the idea that this represents a violation of international norms. But much of that outrage is built on an incomplete or deliberately simplified understanding of who those individuals were and how the law applies to them. Because if one of the individuals was, as reported, a Hezbollah Radwan force operative operating under journalistic cover, then the legal framework doesn't treat him as a civilian, and the strike can't be assessed on the basis of journalistic protections alone. And by the way, here he is in a Radwan uniform. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that every strike is automatically justified on the flip side. It doesn't remove the need for proportionality or verification under the laws of armed conflict, but it does fundamentally change the category of the target, and that part is not being told in the media. So what you're seeing here isn't just disagreement about a single incident, it's a broader failure or refusal in some cases to engage with the actual legal standards that govern armed conflict. And that, combined with a media environment that prioritizes framing over accuracy and precision. In a war where information is contested as territory, that distinction really can make the difference in the public's understanding, because when you lose the ability to accurately describe who's a civilian and who's a combatant, you lose the ability to have a meaningful conversation about anything that follows, which is exactly what we see happening in the media right now, as well as, of course, the social media. And with that, let's finish things strong with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Kicking things off with the ugly, and this is where the mask really comes off, because after everything that we just discussed, the media manipulation and the blurring of those lines, deliberate misuse of language, this week you saw something that cuts through all of that and exposes what this system actually is. There are credible reports and footage showing that Islamic Republic-backed militias are moving from Iraq into Iran itself to support the regime. And that isn't a small detail or a side development. It's a fundamental shift that tells you exactly where things stand right now. We're not talking about influence or funding or coordination from a distance. We're talking about foreign fighters physically crossing into Iran to reinforce the regime at a moment of pressure. And that only happens when a government no longer has confidence in its own ability to maintain control on its own. What it reveals is a regime that's increasingly reliant on external force to sustain itself internally, and that completely shatters one of the core narratives that it's pushing now and has been trying to push for decades, which is that it stands against foreign interference and defends Iranian sovereignty. For over 40 years, the regime has done the exact opposite across the region, building Hezbollah in Lebanon, embedding militias in Iraq, propping up Assad in Syria before, backing the Houthis in Yemen, creating an entire transnational network designed to interfere in other countries and project power beyond, or rather terror, beyond its borders. That was always the reality, but now it's turning inward in a way that should be impossible to ignore. Because when that same network is redirected into Iran, when these Iraqi militias are being brought in to support the regime, you're not just looking at a government that doesn't represent its people, you're looking at a system that's actively choosing to rely on foreign actors over its own population in order to save their own necks. From the perspective of an Iranian citizen, it's a total betrayal, because it means your government doesn't trust you, doesn't rely on you, and is prepared to bring in outside terrorists to maintain control by force. And we already know what these militias are capable of, because they've spent years operating across the region with brutality, targeting civilians, attacking U.S. forces, destabilizing government, and enforcing the regime's interests wherever they're deployed, including, by the way, also in the past, within Iran. These same proxy forces have been brought in to murder Iranian protesters in the past. So the idea that these same forces could now be used again inside Iran against Iranian civilians should be deeply alarming, and the entire world should be aware of it. At the same time, it tells you exactly how far, once again, this regime is willing to go to hold on to power. This also totally undermines any claim to the regime's legitimacy because a government that's importing foreign terrorists to sustain itself during a crisis isn't functioning as a national authority. It's functioning as a survival mechanism, prioritizing its own continuation over the people that it claims to represent. So, all this rhetoric about sovereignty, independence, and resistance totally collapses under the reality because you can't claim to defend your nation while simultaneously bringing in external militias to control it and kill your own citizens. So, when people ask what ugly looks like in war, this is it. A regime that spent decades building a regional terror network, using that same network to stabilize itself internally and to murder Iranian citizens. A regime that's always interfered in other countries is doing so inside its own borders, and a regime that, when tested, reveals that its loyalty isn't to the Iranian people, but to its own survival at any cost. It's not just ugly, it's also clarity because it shows exactly what the system is when the pressure actually is real. And speaking of pressure, our bad story this week isn't much better. This is something that should remove any illusion about what the regime is and how it operates, because what you're seeing now isn't really a new behavior, rather a continuation of a pattern that goes back decades. The Islamic Republic announced this week that they're now recruiting children as young as 12 years old into its security apparatus, placing them in patrols, checkpoints, and internal enforcement roles tied to the IRGC and Basij networks, something already being reported across multiple outlets with direct links to regime structures, meaning they themselves are admitting this. These are actual functions inside a system designed to monitor, control, and if necessary, suppress the population during times of war. And if this sounds shocking, it should, but it shouldn't feel unfamiliar. After all, this is the same regime that during the Iran-Iraq War used children in massive numbers, in some cases sending boys as young as 12 into battlefields, including minefields, where they were effectively used to clear paths for advancing forces. There are documented accounts of children being given plastic keys to paradise and sent forward with the promise that dying would guarantee them entry to heaven, which tells you everything about how this regime has historically justified sacrificing its own youth. To clarify, this wasn't marginal. Tens of thousands of children were involved, many pulled from poor communities, many influenced through schools and propaganda, and many never came back, meaning that what you're seeing today isn't a deviation from that system. It's the same system, under pressure, reverting to what it has always done. And from a legal perspective, there is no ambiguity here. International law is very clear that children can't be used in military or paramilitary roles, including auxiliary and support functions tied to conflict environments. Recruiting 12-year-olds into patrols and checkpoints tied to a war effort is a direct violation of those standards, and it reflects complete disregard for the most basic protections afforded to minors. But beyond the legal issue, it also tells you something much more important about the regime. A government that's pulling its children into its security structure in the middle of war isn't stable. It's scrambling to sustain control. Expanding enforcement roles to include minors means the regime is widening its manpower pool at the lowest possible level, which is what happens when pressure builds and the system starts to crack. And there's another layer to this that shouldn't be ignored. The regime has already shown its willingness to kill its own youth. During recent protests, hundreds of civilians were killed, including hundreds of children, by the same IRGC and Basij structures that are now recruiting minors into their ranks. That is the system these kids are being brought into, one that's already been used against their own generation. So what you're looking at is a regime that has a history of sacrificing children in war, that is now recruiting children again, and that has already demonstrated it's willing to use force against children. It's not just a human rights issue, it's a regime that's spiraling under pressure and falling back on its most extreme and abusive tactics to survive. And for the Iranian people, especially the next generation, it means they're not just living under the system, they're literally being consumed by it. And to finish on a positive note, as always, our good story of the week, something we don't hear nearly enough of these days, clarity. This weekend, the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi stood on a stage at CPAC in Dallas before a packed crowd and stated that a free Iran isn't some distant fantasy, rather it's something that could actually be within reach right now. And more importantly, he also rejected the idea that you can negotiate your way into safety with this regime, warning very clearly that any partial deal that leaves elements of the Islamic Republic in place will only buy time for the same cycle of terrorism, nuclear escalation, and regional destabilization to continue. This is crucial for Americans to understand because it directly challenges the entire framework that has dominated Western policy for decades, which is the idea that this regime can be managed, moderated, or reformed, even now. Pahlavi made it clear that this isn't a system that can evolve into something benign and that the only real solution is dismantling it and allowing the Iranian people to determine their own future. But he didn't just stop at criticism, he's laid out a vision, and this is the part that people should pay close attention to. He described a future where Iran isn't isolated, not radical, but is integrated into the region and the international community as a partner, including normalizing relations with Israel and expanding what he calls the Cyrus Accords, building on the Abraham Accords model. He even framed this in economic terms, arguing that a free Iran could and will unlock over $1 trillion in economic opportunity and become one of the most significant strategic and economic partners in the region and a key ally for the United States. Check it out.
Can you imagine Iran going from death to America to God bless America?
Quite the response. Love to see it. And the chants of USA, USA after are also absolutely amazing. I highly recommend listening to the entire speech because it was actually a fabulous speech, one of the best speeches I've heard from him. But overall, I mean, you see that that is the contrast. On one side, we have a regime that's built on repression, that's built on terror and isolation. And on the other, you have a vision of a country that reconnects with its own history, its own people, and the world. No half measures, no illusions, just finish the job already. And with that, we do finish for this week, but we'll be back next week, as always, with more updates from across the region and all the latest from the war against the Islamic Republic. You can also follow our JNS Iran War Brief throughout the war every few days with the latest updates. And as always, if you think you have a story that we should cover, you can reach out to me on social media at Emily K. Schrader or on Instagram at Emily in Tel Aviv. Until next time, see you right here on Axis of Truth.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. It's day 38 of the war with Iran. Let's take a closer look at all of the latest developments. Central Israel came under attack this afternoon. Red alert sirens sent thousands into bomb shelters as a cluster bomb warhead separated in the skies above Tel Aviv, causing a record 27 impact sites across the country, including in Bnei Brak, Ramat Gan, Petach Tikva, and more. Extensive damage is being reported, but thankfully, as far as injuries go, one man was lightly injured from the blast of the missile, and a 40-year-old woman was injured running to take cover during the sirens. Now, if you are wondering what an injury from the blast and shockwave looks like, take a look at this video that's about to pop up on your screens right now of a woman who stepped away from her car on the side of the road, leisurely stepping away from the car, likely not anticipating what was to come. Just look at the force of that blast. She sustained serious injuries from this moment, and this is why the home front command guidelines are so crucial and save lives. And meanwhile, new information regarding the 4 bodies extracted from the rubble of a Haifa building overnight have been revealed. A couple in their 80s, their 40-year-old son and his 35-year-old partner, have all been declared dead at the scene. May all their memories be a blessing. Meanwhile, the IDF is still striking hard across Iran. Defense Minister Israel Katz revealed that the latest wave of airstrikes targeted Iran's largest petrochemical factory, responsible for manufacturing 85% of Iran's petrochemical capabilities. Have a listen to his recent comments.
צה"ל תקף כעת בעוצמה את המתקן הפטרוכימי הגדול ביותר באיראן, שנמצא באיסלאוויה. יעד מרכזי שאחראי לכ-50% מהייצור הפטרוכימי במדינה, וזאת לאחר שבשבוע שעבר הותקף המתקן המרכזי השני. כעת שני המתקנים, שאחראים יחד לכ-85% מהייצור הפטרוכימי של איראן, הוצאו מכלל שימוש ואינם מתפקדים. מדובר במכה כלכלית קשה, בהיקף של עשרות מיליארדי דולרים למשטר האיראני. התעשייה הפטרוכימית היא מנוע מרכזי במימון פעילות משמרות המהפכה ובבניין הכוח הצבאי של איראן. ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הנחינו את צה"ל להמשיך ולתקוף בכל העוצמה את התשתיות הלאומיות של משטר הטרור האיראני. משטר הטרור האיראני יגלה כי המשך התוקפנות נגד ישראל והירי הפחדני והנפשע לעבר אזרחי ישראל יביאו להעמקת הנזק הכלכלי והאסטרטגי שהוא משלם ולהקרסת יכולותיו. אני מודה למפקדי וחיילי צה"ל היקרים על פעילותם וגבורתם בכל הגזרות.
This announcement follows another announcement by Katz saying the IDF successfully eliminated Majid Khadami, a senior Iranian intelligence official. Khadami spent less than a year in this role. Defense Minister Katz says he was one of the direct reasons for the ballistic missile attacks on Israeli civilians and one of the top 3 IRGC officials remaining. Meanwhile, U.S. and Iranian officials have been sent a Pakistani-mediated framework for a potential deal. This in a last-ditch effort for diplomacy before Trump's ultimatum deadline is up. Both parties are expected to respond today, although no official response has been given. This follows Trump's latest extension to his deadline, gifting the Islamic regime an additional 24 hours to agree to U.S. terms and open the Strait of Hormuz. In a post to Truth Social, Trump announced the new deadline as Tuesday, which is tomorrow, at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This will be the 3rd time he has delayed his ultimatum. Trump has threatened sweeping strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure if Tehran does not comply, including possible attacks on power plants and bridges, while continuing to press for a deal under which Iran would give up its enrichment program, a demand Iran has thus far rejected. While Trump prepares for action, Iranian Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf is doubling down, tweeting that Trump is, quote, dragging the United States into living hell. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains mostly closed, energy trade continues to suffer around the world, and we wait for yet another 24 hours to see what the United States has up their sleeves. And that's a wrap for today's news and this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan the QR code that's on your screen for more updates. I'm Devo Klein, and thank you so much for watching.
Hello and welcome to ILTV Insider. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman. Tonight on Insider, as we prepare to welcome the Jewish holiday of Passover tomorrow night, here in Israel we are asking, will this holiday be marked by family and freedom, or by sirens and shelters? The war with Iran shows no clear end. President Donald Trump is promising a response to Iran's attack on Haifa, even as he says negotiations continue behind the scenes. No one is offering a timeline. So are we nearing a turning point or heading deeper into an escalation? Tonight, I'm joined by Dan Diker, president of the Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs, and former AP chief Dan Perry, to unpack what it all means. Let's go ahead and get started. You know, I want to start with a question about the most recent post by U.S. President Donald Trump on his Truth Social platform. He is condemning France for not allowing U.S. planes to land and refuel while they were carrying military equipment over to Israel. And following that, Secretary of State Rubio responded by saying that potentially after this war, the United States will re-examine the NATO partnerships. Dan Diker, what do you think about this? What kind of chaos could this war ultimately lead to in terms of the relationship between the United States and its European partners?
Hi, Mayan. Thanks for having us on the show. This is just another example of what you call Trump maximal pressure on his European allies, for which he really has a lot of frustration, because particularly when it comes to the crisis in the Straits of Hormuz, and that the whole area from the Bab el-Mandeb Pass all the way north to Karg Island in the Straits, because Europe has as much vested interest in making sure that the Straits stay free. And he's very frustrated at the behavior, of the United Kingdom, as an example, not to mention France, whose sovereign bases in the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, as well as in Cyprus, were attacked. And they're still, the most that they could muster is to allow American planes to land on British air bases, but not to take a more active measure, to join the United States. So he's sort of ratcheting up tensions here, which, publicly, which I wonder if that's really the wisest move in view of this extremely unstable situation opposite the Iranian regime, and still the terror proxies that are still alive and kicking, whether it's Hezbollah, whether Hamas is still laying in wait, and the Houthis have not yet gotten involved. So now is really the time for unity in the Western alliance, not for disunity.
Dan, can you respond to that?
I'm afraid I have to agree. The European position is absolutely craven and in some ways pitiful. They have as much of an interest as the U.S. and as Israel does in not only the Iranian regime being dissuaded from its various forms of misbehavior, but that the regime should fall, basically. They should be on side in this war, and Trump is right to be frustrated on one hand. However, as often happens in geopolitics, things are a little bit more complex. The Europeans themselves are at least as frustrated with Trump as he is with them, because they've just endured almost a year and a half of his disrespect, indifference, and insults, which have been needless and which in some cases have been shocking. The very NATO alliance that the U.S. now wants to re-examine was completely rattled a few months ago when Trump threatened to invade Denmark, essentially, in order to seize Greenland. The Europeans were stunned by this. The constant attacks on them for their supposed civilizational decline, for NATO being at various points in Trump's view obsolete. Clearly they're very upset. And the December national security strategy walked away from parts of the alliance, disassociated the U.S. from democracy promotion, and was an absolute shock to the system. So from the European perspective, it's a little bit rich that Trump now comes to them hat in hand and will draw conclusions from their lack of cooperation. But since it really is complex, at the same time, I would have hoped the Europeans would get over it just in this one instance. But I do understand that they're frustrated not just by Trump's overall attitude towards them, but the fact that they weren't consulted when Trump launched the war. That said, the bottom line is, of course, they should help because they have at least as big an interest as the U.S. does. But we see here the price of Trump's purposeful rattling of this alliance, and I think all sides should take a deep breath and reconsider.
Well, and certainly Trump has a record for having quite strong rhetoric right now. Trump is also, if you want to talk about Iran's attack on our energy infrastructure, for example, Trump is saying that there will be a response by the United States, that there will be some kind of attack for Iran's attack on Haifa coming very soon. And yet at the same time, Dan Diker, maybe you can respond to this. The president is also talking about these negotiations. If there is an attack on some kind of energy infrastructure in Iran, what do you envision that attack will look like?
Well, that kind of speculation can get us into, into dangerous waters. But Mayan, it's a very fair question. I think that we need to look at what we do know, as opposed to what we might think might happen. It's clear if we look at the ground that the president has ordered thousands and thousands of special forces Marines that are here in the Middle East, that are in place, and others that are just about to arrive here. The United States has a massive power projection of some 70,000 troops and, many warships and 4 or 5 different aircraft carriers. Probably some 40% of the American military might is focused here in the Middle East. And President Trump, as only President Trump can do, is issuing conflicting messages to keep everybody confused, particularly the Iranian regime. So it's unclear what is going to happen. If I were a betting man, I'd have to put my money on that what I call the agreement of unconditional surrender, which is on which there's a moratorium right now until April 6th, that if American conditions are left unmet by the Iranian regime, that there will be some sort of targeted, limited ground action on one of 2 areas, either in the several islands in the Straits, not just Karj, which is, as we've heard reported over the last days, is responsible for 90% of Iran's energy export, but there are other very strategically located islands like Abu Musa, Larak, the Greater and Lesser Toon. These islands are basically a lock on the Straits, and it seems very reasonable to assess that Trump might send special forces to grab those, grab those islands, secure those islands, and then free up. There are hundreds of ships waiting to pass through the Straits that can't get through right now, and they have to sort of pay this huge toll, which is illegal under international law. Everything that Iran has done is illegal under international law because these are international waters, and it is unclear what Trump is going to do. But I would put my money on some American military action if the Straits are open. The second thing, of course, is the uranium enrichment problem. Under 62% enriched uranium, 480 kilograms under 3 major sites. And that is an issue of equal concern to Israel as is the United States. So those are the 2 areas I think there will be action taken if there is not a comprehensive agreement by April 6th.
Now, Dan Diker, why is Israel not responsible for taking that action themselves when it comes to the energy infrastructure? I mean, the attack was on Haifa, and we speak specifically about that. What role will Israel play then in the response?
You mean to the Iranian attack on Haifa just now?
Exactly.
Well, you're right. I mean, it was an attack on Israel's sovereignty, and obviously Israel has the full right to respond with full force. I was actually it was quite remarkable that the United States, that Trump made a very principled position that they would take some sort of action following the attack on Haifa. I think it's one of the first times we've heard the president say that he would respond, or the United States would respond on a direct attack on Israel.
For sure. And now, Dan Perry, I just want to turn back to you for a moment because, while Trump is making these threats, as I mentioned before, we're also talking about ongoing negotiations taking place. Now, the question that I have for you is, can the U.S. really negotiate while also preparing to strike such a serious way at the same time? Doesn't that look kind of awkward to the global community and certainly to Iran?
It not only can, these are interrelated processes. Obviously, the threats to take action are meant to achieve leverage in the negotiations. And I find it very difficult to believe that the Iranians, who in public at least deny that they're even negotiating, are going to capitulate on any of these points anytime soon, because unfortunately, the dynamic that has been allowed to emerge is that they feel like they're winning, and they think it's reasonable for them to assume they can outlast the patience of the West. And therefore, even though my inclination is not to recommend escalation and to seek an off-ramp somehow that is helpful, I think in this case I have to suspect very strongly that that Trump is looking for a way to deliver a more clear message to the Iranians that they are wrong in their assessment that they have all this leverage. And that could take the form of actual troops on Kharg Island or the other islands, or maybe even, if they want to really deliver a symbolic message, and this is more dangerous, seizing Iranian mainland territory across from Oman at the narrowest point of the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, if you're on the mainland, you become more vulnerable to insurgencies, to terrestrial attacks, and so forth. But I have to think that some version of American escalation is coming, and the threat needs to be credible, which is why he's making it in public. I also would not be hugely surprised to see Trump and the U.S. declare a complete oil embargo on Iran. The crazy thing is that even though the world right now, and this mainly affects directly Asia, is not getting oil out of the Persian Gulf, Iran's oil exports have risen. And this is not right. This equation is unbalanced. And of course, the fear, and this is the fear that was paralyzing for the Biden administration over the years, and Trump may be falling into the same trap, is that if he takes direct measures against, to limit totally the Iranian export of oil, that'll cause a spike in prices. But you know what? Markets may conclude that that could speed up the end of the war, and that itself could be a reassuring factor. In short, I'm not surprised to see both threats and claims of negotiation, and I would be very surprised to see the kind of Iranian capitulation that is necessary to end the war with a positive narrative for the West and for Israel without some version of further escalation.
Yeah, 100%. And we're certainly hearing that, you know, the American people are saying, well, we could suffer for the short term, but certainly not for the long term when it comes to those oil prices. And if that would speed up the end of the war and potentially give a win, without question. And also here in Israel, where the rockets, you know, the sirens continue to hit down here in the country, you know, all throughout the center of the country. Just in the last day, we saw a lot of damage and some injuries. Now, Passover, of course, starts tonight or tomorrow night at sundown. Is there any chance at all that this war with Iran could realistically quiet down even more by Wednesday night? Or should Israelis really prepare for sirens and more terror through the holiday? Dan Diker, what do you think?
Well, if as an optimist, I would say that maybe the Iranians would respect the Seder night and stop shooting, but I'm not sure that that's reasonable to assume under the circumstances. And I think that you know, Israel is clearly, Mayan, perhaps the most resilient society in the free world. And the most, I think, disciplined society under fire in the free world. I don't think any country in the West has ever faced this type of all-out, you know, not only strategic, but almost existential threat on 7 different fronts around a country the size of Maryland or New Jersey. So I do think Israel has to be on guard completely the way it has in the days leading up to Pesach, to the holiday of Passover. And let's also be aware for our friends in the Christian world that we're approaching Easter and Easter Sunday as well. So these are very troubling. These are very, very troubling times, and I do think we're near a breaking point in terms of the Iranian regime. I think we could, in the coming days, see some if there is no agreement, some real, I think, surprises and changes on the ground. Just one particular comment based on what Dan said, which is a very insightful comment about the Iranian regime's inability to admit that it is really, it's all of its capabilities, its naval capabilities, its Air Force capabilities, its missile capabilities are all being destroyed, and yet they think they're winning. And the reason is, well, why is that? And the answer is, when you are a messianic Islamist jihadist regime, you are blind to objective reality, and you are completely given to ideological commitment, which is first and foremost never to give up. There is no white flag coming out of the Iranian regime. They either will die as shahidim, as martyrs, or they believe they'll win as victors. It's a religiously fueled commitment, and that is one of the reasons they're unable to see what even the Nazis saw at the end in 1945, and what Imperial Japan saw when there was unconditional surrender in World War II. No such thing happening with the Iranian regime.
Well, unfortunately, the difference is, and I've thought a lot about this, you have certain kind of dictatorships that are really dependent on one person who's sui generis, and if you eliminate that one person, then the regime understands that the game is up, and that was obviously the case with the Nazi regime, and it's occurred throughout history at various times. Sadly, for the rest of the world and for the region, for the people of Iran, that is not the case with the Iranian regime, where you have at least 1 million people and probably more who are totally committed, and as you say, Dan Diker, fanatical. And for this reason, I try to be an optimist, but I also try to be a realist. I would expect Iranian attacks on Seder night and throughout the week. There's no reason to think they're going to respect the holiday. That's close to absurd. I do agree that something has to happen, however, in Iran, and I have a lot of conversations, some public, some not, with Iranian opposition diaspora leaders, and are so optimistic that eventually the Iranian people will rise up. I think at some point that needs to be part of the plan. In other words, we don't have unlimited time. And the scenario has to be that, since we all know that this regime is best replaced, first and foremost for the people of Iran. And replacing the regime cannot happen purely through aerial bombardment, probably, especially when they're this fanatical. And therefore, an internal process needs to amass. And I would welcome not only subterranean talks with the Iranian military and even maybe parts of the Revolutionary Guard to offer them amnesty, to offer them exit, to offer them the ability to keep their plunder maybe, but as long as they step aside and betray the regime, and mainly to make clear two things. One, if the war pauses, let's say, and wars can pause. The previous 12-day war paused, basically. And the Iranians the Iranian regime lives another day. We have to make clear that we will protect the people who then go out into the streets. And there are plans for people to go out into the streets. We have to present a plan as to how we're going to prevent another massacre. And at the same time, on the carrot side, the West and the entire West, and this time, not just Trump, who runs a weirdly monarchic operation in the US, but the West, NATO, the EU, everyone needs to get together and present the Iranians as a people and as a transition government, hopefully, with a whole series of carrots as to what they're going to get if they somehow compel the regime to surrender or help defeat the regime. And that would include, obviously, an unfreezing of all assets, an end to all sanctions, and a maximal welcoming into the family of nations.
Well, and Dan, I think it's pretty obvious that that's what the United States and everybody else will want to be giving to a new Iranian regime if it is a peaceful regime. But I think, as you and Dan both said, with a fanatical regime, you can't really expect that it's just going to come down, even if the people go to the streets, and that you're going to be able to prevent some kind of massacre.
Note that it's not articulated. Trump is really good at making threats, but an eloquent articulation of the unbelievable upside that the Iranian people and the region and the world stand to receive if only everyone can unite against the regime. And I would loop back to the beginning, including the Europeans, presenting a positive narrative and not just a negative one can create momentum and can influence geopolitics.
It's true. There's only, I just put one, what they say in Hebrew, kochavit, a semicolon but, as my professor used to say at college. And that is that when the President Trump negotiates with the regime, he undermines, unintentionally undermines the Iranian people's confidence in him. And having had a number of conversations in recent days, we have Iranian, Israeli people working at the Jerusalem Center and others in Europe. They all say that, when you reach out to the regime, even nominally, even, as a psyop, if you will, to be very cynical about it, you're really undermining the confidence of the Iranian people to come out into the streets, because they say, well, how can we trust President Trump, even though we know President Trump has done more than any other U.S. president to help the Iranian people by neutering the regime. But from a cognitive standpoint, Dan, what I've learned is that the Iranian people, at least 70% of them, because the regime does command a substantial amount, even 20%, including family and friends, support, which is, 25 million people still support the regime out of 95 or close to 100 million people. But it undermines that majority of people that say, can we really trust the president to go the full term with us?
I agree. It's a delicate calibration. I am basically calling for speaking to the Iranian people over the heads of the regime, but also, in so doing, delivering a message to potential rogue elements within the regime.
Right.
Now, I want to jump back to where we started at the beginning, because we are going to have to wrap up in just a couple of minutes. Dan Diker, we started speaking about the Straits of Hormuz, and Netanyahu, of course, just recently raised the idea of rerouting pipelines through Saudi Arabia to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Speaking of truths or falsehoods, how realistic is that, and how long would something like that even take? Is that relevant today?
I think it is relevant, Mayan. In other words, there have been reports of potential pathway talks to normalization with Saudi Arabia, the United States is in a very advantaged position vis-a-vis Saudi Arabia. Clearly, there have been a lot of talks under the radar between the Saudi leadership, Mohammed bin Salman in particular, and the president and his team, and that we can see a scenario, a likely scenario, that if America uses its full force and takes control of the Iranian regime economy, essentially collapsing the viability, the economic viability of the regime, the Saudis will go with the winner, and the cost to the Saudis can be normalization, and part of the cost of normalization, even though there's a lot of upside for the Saudis, is an east-west pipeline that would go across Saudi Arabia, avoid the Straits of Hormuz altogether, and go up through the canal and into Ashkelon, and Haifa ports, making Israel a main global energy stop on the way to the West.
And
I would just add that is very much in line with the several-year-old initiative called IMEC, which envisions India being part of a grand corridor, not just of land transport, but in general, a corridor going through the Arabian Peninsula, circumnavigating the Persian Gulf entirely, through Israel, onto Europe, envisioning regional infrastructure integration. It could be spectacular, and this, weirdly, could accelerate it.
Yeah.
And so just to wrap us up, we really only have about 10 seconds left. Dan Zeiker, I just want you to give me a vision then for whether or not the Israeli people are going to be able to sustain through the Passover holiday, and who knows how much longer. Do we have the strength to do it? Really, 10-second answer to give us a moment of hope.
5 seconds. The Jewish people have survived 3,600 years of dictators, and they will get through this latest challenge by the Iranian regime's dictators as well. I'm fully confident of that.
Thank you so much, because we always like to leave on a positive note, but unfortunately we are out of time. So I really want to thank both Dans for being here tonight, and I want to wish all of our viewers a safe and pleasant evening. If you found this discussion valuable, please check out the ILTV podcast for a further series of in-depth interviews on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Maayan Hoffman. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
This war has just gone up a serious notch, as over the past weekend, Iran promised they would open new fronts. And for once, they weren't bluffing, because after a full month of weird silence, the Houthis suddenly decided to join the war. For weeks, everybody has been asking that question. Why haven't they joined up until this point? Because they're one of Iran's strongest forces, and now we have the answer. By the way, it reveals something much, much bigger and sinister. A shift in Iran's strategy, one that's turning into a real threat, not just to Israel, as it always was, but to the US as well. Because what's happening right now isn't just one war, there's a second war happening underneath it, and almost no one is talking about it, but it's quickly becoming the main one. Let's be honest, it's easy to underestimate the IRGC, but this didn't start now. They have been planning this for years, and they've got some serious tricks up their sleeves, and the Houthis didn't suddenly wake up and decide to react to the aggression of the Zionists. They're part of a plan Iran has quietly been building since 2009, and the craziest part is that most people didn't even realize it was happening until all the pieces were in place. Welcome to the Mira K Show on JNS TV. Here is that plan. So, Iran has known for decades that it cannot beat the United States in a straight fight. That's not an insult, because nobody can. So, Iran's entire military strategy has never been about winning a war. It's been about making a war so expensive, so painful, so disruptive to the global economy that whoever is sitting in the White House eventually decides it's not worth it. Money and military and even terrorism wasn't going to cut it. So they looked at an asset they had that the Americans don't, and that is geography. Take a look at a map. The Persian Gulf, where Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iraq, Kuwait all pump their oil, has one exit, one narrow gap, 24 miles wide between Iran and Oman, and it's called the Strait of Hormuz. A fifth of the world oil passes through it every single day, and by now you've probably heard of the strait many, many times. Why? Well, because Iran sits on one side of it, and we have talked about it a lot, as Iran has always known that threatening that strait is their ultimate weapon. They used it in the 1980s, they've used it as leverage ever since, and right now they're using it again. Hormuz is currently partially blocked, and that's why oil, which was $70 a barrel before this war started, is now at over $113 today. And some analysts, just by the way, think it could potentially hit $200 a barrel by June. Many of us assumed that that would be the extent of the games they would play on the economy and shipping, play with the strait, up the oil prices, and create pressure. But here's what Iran figured out, and this is the strategic insight that explains everything. Hormuz alone isn't enough pressure. If you close Hormuz, there are workarounds. Saudi Arabia has a pipeline that bypasses it, the UAE has one too, and now we're hearing about Turkey trying to build something out in their own way. They can't handle full capacity, but they do exist. And so the threat is real, but still partially manageable. And so Iran realized we need the other end too. And this other end is a place called Bab al-Mandeb. It's Arabic for Gate of Grief. It's a 20-mile wide strait at the southern tip of the Red Sea between Yemen and the Horn of Africa. Every ship that passes through Hormuz needs to reach Europe eventually has to go through Bab al-Mandeb, i.e. the Red Sea, and up through the Suez Canal where they reach Egypt. If you can close both valves simultaneously, Hormuz in the east and Bab al-Mandeb in the west, then you have cut the main artery of global energy and trade in half. The problem for Iran is that Bab al-Mandeb isn't near Iran. It's 1,500 miles away. Iran has no navy that can project power that far, and definitely not in a sustainable long-term way. So starting around 2009, Iran came up with a different solution. They would build a navy. Yemen is one of the poorest countries on earth. It has been in various states of conflict and instability for years. Inside Yemen was a conveniently placed Shia militant terrorist movement called the Houthis, officially called Ansar Allah, supporters of God, that were fighting a civil war against the Yemeni government, and crucially, deeply hostile to both the United States and Israel. Iran saw an opportunity. Over the next 15 years, Iran's Quds forces, their covert external operations arm, ran a quiet operation, small fishing boats crossing the Arabian Sea in the dark, carrying seemingly innocent weapon components broken into pieces small enough to avoid detection, missile parts, drone components delivered to Yemen for local assembly. Iranian military advisors embedded within Houthi commands, training, intelligence, funding. The genius of it is often underestimated. They deliberately gave the Houthis weapon systems that didn't require years of military education to operate. So a fighting force with no formal military tradition could field sophisticated weapons relatively quickly. And Yemen, being a country embroiled in conflict, is not an easy terrain to keep tabs on. If you combine their ideology, their conflict, their geopolitical terrain, the geography, location, and you add in the factor that young men in a conflict are both angry and so easily indoctrinated to hate, in addition to being very, very poor, so they're easily brought out, it was a perfect breeding ground to build a very serious army, which, as we know, was their strategy. Build an army in Lebanon, build militias in Syria and in Iraq, build out Hamas, and build out the Houthis in Yemen. Their location wasn't a mistake. By the time the world started really paying attention, it was already done. Today, the Houthis have an estimated 200,000 fighters. To put that into context, Hezbollah, which the world has spent years treating as one of the most dangerous non-state military forces in the region, has around 20 to 50,000 fighters. Hamas before October 7 had roughly 30 to 50,000 as well. The Houthis have more fighters than both of them combined. They actively recruit teenagers to keep those numbers growing, and they control northern Yemen, including the capital, Sana'a. They run a parallel government, collecting taxes, controlling oil revenues. They have weapon factories inside Yemen producing their own missiles and drones. And as we know, they love to use them. But more importantly, they really know how. You see, the weapons themselves that they use are really worth understanding, because this is another place where the world consistently underestimates them. It's easy to make fun of the Houthis of Yemen, but somehow they've really managed to play the game at a high level. They have ballistic missiles with ranges of up to 2,000 kilometers. Just to clarify, Israel is roughly 8,800 kilometers from Yemen. So they can reach it, and they've proven it over the last few years. But it's not just range. In July 2024, a Houthi drone hit Tel Aviv directly. And it wasn't because they were flying through the direct route undetected. They actually had a deliberate detour, approaching from the west to come in from an unexpected direction and avoid Israeli radar. That involves a lot of tactical and sophisticated planning. That's a group that studies its enemy's defenses and engineers around them and has really capable abilities. They also have what one would call a one-way attack drone. Think of them as a guided missile, but built cheaply, flying low and slow enough to really be hard to detect on radar. If you can load them with explosives, point them at a target, they don't come back. They also have anti-ship ballistic missiles, the ability to hit moving vessels at sea with precision-guided weapons, which is a capability that even many proper nation-state militaries don't have. The CIA, interestingly enough, have admitted openly that they don't fully know what is in the Houthi arsenal. A senior U.S. defense official said publicly, and I want to quote this directly because it's remarkable and important to understand. He said the Houthis are pretty innovative, that they build and test weapons in ways that have repeatedly surprised the U.S. military, and that there's a good bit right now that we don't know about them. That's coming from the United States military talking about a terrorist group in Yemen, and they're sitting right on top of Bab al-Mandeb, exactly where Iran needed them. So here's where the story gets really interesting. Because Iran didn't just build a geographic weapon, they built something that proved its own worth before this war even started. In October 2023, Hamas attacks Israel and Gaza war begins, and within weeks, the Houthis announced that they are joining in solidarity with the Palestinians, blah, 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 as they say. They start targeting ships in the Red Sea, any vessel they deem connected to Israel or to the West, and they kind of succeed. The world's reaction initially was basically, okay, a rebel group in Yemen is shooting at ships. How bad can it be? But the answer turned out to be actually pretty bad. They attacked over 100 merchant vessels and they sank ships and they killed sailors. But more than any specific individual attack, what they did was change the calculation for every shipping company on Earth. Why? Well, you don't need to sink every ship to close a trade route. You just need to make it that it's such a high danger that the insurance doesn't want to cover it. The risk is so high that companies just stop sending ships through voluntarily, and that's exactly what happened. Shipping insurance through the Red Sea became astronomical, and companies started doing the math. Is it worth it? And the answer kept on coming back that it was not. Red Sea trade fell by close to 50% in a matter of months. $1 trillion worth of goods moves through the Red Sea every year. Oil, food, medicine, electronics, literally everything. Half of it stopped going that way. Instead, ships started going around the bottom of Africa. The Cape of Good Hope route adds over 10 days to extra journey. 10 days of extra fuel, 10 days of extra crew costs, 10 days of extra everything. And those costs don't disappear. They move right into the price of goods in European supermarkets, into energy bills, into the inflation numbers that people are scratching their heads about since 2024. The world has tried to stop the Houthis multiple times with really serious force. And the simple truth is that they didn't really succeed. The United States assembled a multinational naval coalition called Operation Prosperity Guardian, warships from multiple countries patrolling the Red Seas, protecting merchant vessels, and it helped somewhat. But the Houthis kept on firing, and so the US then escalated. They launched direct airstrikes on Houthi positions inside Yemen with the help of Israel, and then more strikes. They even sent B-2 stealth bombers, the most advanced strike aircrafts in the world, to hit underground Houthi weapons storage facilities. They fired Tomahawk cruise missiles. They ran an operation called Rough Rider that lasted weeks and cost over $1 billion, and the Houthis kept firing. As we mentioned, Israel tried too. After they were hit by drones in 2024, Israel launched its first ever strike on Yemen. They hit the port of Hodeidah. Fuel depots, cranes, dock infrastructure. The Houthis fired back within 24 hours. Israel struck Yemen 15 more times over the following year, causing a huge amount of destruction, and yet still it didn't work. In May 2025, after a Houthi ballistic missile hit near Ben Gurion Airport and forced flight cancellations, something that now people are very familiar with, Israel then went ahead and destroyed Sana's International Airport, the main terminal, which had 6 aircraft sitting on the runway, and for a poor country, that's a big deal. The airport closed for 11 days. But then the Houthis fired another missile at Israel the next day. Israel finally, in August, pulled off what looked like a decisive strike. They killed the Houthi prime minister and over a dozen cabinet members in a single operation in Sana'a, and it was very significant. We know already that this is Israel's strategy. It goes after leadership, creating enough chaos and havoc to really destabilize the fighting entities. However, even in this case, the real power in the Houthi movements doesn't actually sit with the political leaders, it sits with their supreme leader, Abdul Malik al-Houthi. Surprise, surprise. And he hasn't yet been successfully touched. There's also a jihad council around him, aptly named, but the people that were killed were described as more symbolic. Replacements, of course, were named within days, and the missiles kept flying. I'm not trying to say this to demoralize anybody, but there's a reason that it's hard to destroy the Houthis. And some of them are kind of worth understanding. Number one, their weapons are hidden underground and dispersed across dozens of sites. Not dozens, probably hundreds. Hitting one doesn't meaningfully affect the others. But in addition, their launchers are mobile. They fire and move before anyone can strike back. They've had decades of practice absorbing punishment from Saudi Arabia, which bombed them relentlessly through the civil war, and they have figured out how to adapt. But even more critically, they don't have a conventional military that you can defeat in the field. There is no specific army, no headquarters that if they're destroyed ends the war. They're dispersed, embedded in terrain and population, and extraordinarily resilient. We also don't have a huge amount of intelligence on them. The Houthi campaign against Red Sea shipping only ended when the Gaza ceasefire happened in October of 2025. It wasn't because they were beat or pulled back. Again, Israel and America did a lot of damage to their ports and to their infrastructure, but not nearly enough to actually destabilize them. The US effectively agreed to a truce in May after admitting that they couldn't bring the Houthis down just yet. By the way, also nuts, administration officials speaking to the New York Times, which we don't particularly trust, but it's an important indicator, said Trump agreed to the ceasefire because the airstrikes were not achieving their objectives and the US didn't succeed in achieving air superiority against the Houthis. That's a big deal. With this truce, the US stopped bombing the Houthis in exchange for them stopping attacks on American ships. The Houthis walked away from 2 years of the world's most powerful militaries trying to stop them. They were hurting, but they weren't defeated. And their arsenal stays intact, and their confidence, unfortunately, is sky high. Which brings us to the question as to why they have been sitting on the sidelines since this war started on February 28th. Hezbollah joined on day 2, Iraq's Iran-backed militias joined within the first week, but the Houthis were quiet. Almost every single one of the tentacles of terror that Iran has built out have been hit hard, Hezbollah, Hamas, but the Houthis are still strong. So why didn't they join? I mean, they had their reasons to hold back. Namely, they're not actually as stupid as people make them out to be. Their main port, Hodeidah, is their economic lifeline, the way food and fuel gets to the population they control. They know that entering the war meant risking it being destroyed. And they don't want to do that right now. They were also having trouble getting weapons resupplied from Iran, whilst Iran itself is under bombardment. And they had a truce with the US that they'd have to formally break. They're watching what's happening in Iran, and they know and understand that something similar could happen to them, and so they didn't feel the need to join. But that might be a little bit of a simplification of what was truly going on. It was the justification that people were telling themselves, but as we said before, there's actually a very intelligent strategy behind this. You see, the missiles that were launched on Saturday are the beginning, but not the main story. This is what the Houthis are now threatening by virtue of being in this war, because Iran's 15-year plan is now basically activated for the first time. Hormuz is already under pressure. Iran's dealing with that, and Trump's himself struggling to get people to join in the coalition to defend against the Iranian ships. But now the group sitting on Bab al-Mandeb has officially joined. Both valves simultaneously are there to act against the Zionist and West occupation. They haven't closed Bab al-Mandeb yet, But they don't need to close it to cause damage. They just need to threaten it convincingly, and shipping companies make the same calculation they made in 2023. The insurance math changes overnight, and the route empties out, and now you have both ends of the world's most important trade corridors under threat simultaneously, something that has not really happened before in the modern era. But here's the thing. I don't think that the Houthis joining in is actually a bad thing. I think it has a very positive side. You see, we have long been saying that this war is an energy one. Things really do need to change. For too long, the philosophy has been one of don't rock the boat. No pun intended. It's not ideal that these terrorists have control of these locations, but if we don't annoy them too much and the status quo stays, then it's okay. But with October 7th, Israel's philosophy on this mentality changed, and they realized if you're a threat, it doesn't matter what goes on and if you're actually interested in using your threat against us. That is a problem. With time, the US and the Gulf states, specifically after this Iran war, became convinced that this is just a recipe for long-term disaster. Something needs to change, and it begins with removing the enormous threats to the economy. As we said at the beginning of this episode, Iran's strategy is to figure out all the other ways that they can hurt the West, which don't involve specifically military power, to get the West to back off. And the economy is an enormous one. But why have none of us been asking the question of how have we allowed for so long to be dependent on areas geographically that are controlled by terrorist entities that are looking to destroy the West? Of course, we already know about all of the other contingency plans being built, the pipelines, etc. But the realization now, specifically with the Houthis joining in, is pretty clear. These terrorists have built out enormous armies with the goal of being able to destabilize the West, mainly through missiles and the economy, controlling oil and the seas and trades. In many ways, this war has now shifted into a battle of the seas. It started off in air, but with time it's become clear that the seas were the main focuses. And this is the war within the war that many of us have missed. Why did the Houthis choose now, a month in specifically, to join? Well, besides the obvious mounting pressure against Trump with the economy prices just driving up and the narrative and rhetoric online saying, how is this war going to ever end? But truthfully, there was another element that they have been watching that this week changed. To understand how significant this is, you need to understand what an American aircraft carrier actually means, okay? Most people think of this as a big ship, a scary ship, but that really completely undersells it. And yes, bear with me, I have not mentioned this for nothing. The USS Gerald R. Ford, the largest warship ever built by any country in history, it's not really a ship. It's a floating military airbase, over 1,100 feet long, nuclear powered, carrying 4,500 people and over 75 aircrafts, and it just sits in the sea. Fighter jets, electronic warfare planes, radar command aircrafts. It can launch 160 combat missions a day from the middle of the ocean without really needing any country's permission or a land base, most importantly. It can arrive in your waters, and suddenly a fully operational Air Force base is operating above everything else around it. It also never comes alone. It arrives with what's called a carrier strike group, several destroyers and cruisers surrounding it, all equipped to shoot down incoming missiles and drones, plus their own cruise missiles for offensive strikes. When one of these ships sits in your water, every missile you fire, every drone you launch, you do knowing a response could come from this enormous aircraft. The Houthis know this better than almost anyone because they spent the last 2 years going after these warships. During the 2023-2025 Red Sea campaign, the US sent the USS Eisenhower into the Red Sea to deter Houthi attacks on shipping. What followed was 8 months of the most intense sustained naval combat the US Navy has seen since World War II. That's not an exaggeration, and it's safe to bet that you haven't really even heard about it. This is, by the way, how the Pentagon-owned commanders described it. The Houthis launched constant waves of drones and anti-ship ballistic missiles directly at the carrier and its escorts. They did not manage to sink it. That would be an unprecedented feat, but they did come shockingly close. A Houthi missile missed Eisenhower by approximately 200 meters, coming in at such a low trajectory with such low warning that there was no time to intercept it. It actually just splashed into the water next to the carrier. Think about it. The Houthis managed to fire 200 meters from a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. One of its own escorts had a Houthi cruise missile pass within less than a mile, intercepted again at the last possible second. The Eisenhower's deployment was extended twice during that period, and when it finally came home after 8 months, the Navy described it simply as the most intense combat deployment since World War II. And the USS Truman replaced it and went through something similar. Now, whilst this is very intense battles in the sea, there's also the economics of the fight that are working against the US the entire time. Shooting down one Houthi drone costs around $2 million in interceptor missiles, and the drones cost the Houthis maybe $20,000. A group in Yemen is pushing for a war of attrition on cost against the United States Navy. All of these different factors brought to a ceasefire, which of course for some reason, did not apply to Israel, and as the Houthis put it, in any way, shape, or form, meaning they continued to attack Israel as they wished. Within 2 months, the Houthis had violated even limited terms that did apply to them, sinking 2 more vessels. Okay, so the US spent over $1 billion, ran nearly 1,000 airstrikes, exhausted 2 carrier deployments, and ended up with a ceasefire that excluded Israel and lasted 2 months. The Houthis walked away with a lot of their arsenal intact and a deeper strategic understanding of the US Navy. Okay, Mira, why are you sharing all of this? Well, it brings us back to today and why the Houthis have now joined. Right now, the US has 1 aircraft carrier actively running this war, the USS Abraham Lincoln, operating in the Arabian Sea on the eastern side of the conflict, hitting targets in Iran. But that's on the Gulf side, like we explained. The new strategy demands control of both sides of the sea, the Red Sea side as well, where the Houthis are, and that is an entirely different theater. But the carrier that was located near there is not there at the moment. You see, the Gerald R. Ford was the Red Sea carrier. It entered through the Suez Canal on March 5th, ran strikes against Iran from the south, and was the most visibly symbol of the American power in this war. But on March 12th, a fire broke out in its laundry room. Nearly 200 sailors were treated for smoke, and 9 months into its deployment, it sailed to Croatia for repairs. It docked there conveniently at the same time that the Houthis entered the war, and there was no coincidence in this. To get back to the Red Sea, this enormous Ford has to sail through the Suez Canal and back down through the Red Sea, the same waters the Houthis just declared a war zone. The same group that spent 2 years targeting American carriers and came within 200 meters of hitting one now have somewhat of an upper hand of this location. Its return journey now runs directly through their threat zone, and this is why the timing is so perfect. A replacement carrier, by the way, is on its way, and as of yesterday, I think there are another 4,000 soldiers who have arrived in the area. But right now, on the days that the Houthis are entering this war, the Red Sea doesn't have the American carrier in it, and the Houthis knew that because they have been watching ship movements. They were waiting for them to get out to get the upper hand, or maybe that's overthinking it, but it's very conveniently timed. It's easy to mock these Houthis, but they're sophisticated, and this is an example of that. But let's zoom out for a second, because this is what Iran is actually trying to achieve, and it's important to understand it clearly. Iran has been fighting this war on 2 tracks simultaneously. Track 1 is military, missiles, drones, proxies doing damage across the region. Track 2 is economic, make the war painful and expensive enough that the political will to continue collapses in the West before Iran breaks. And Track 2 is working in a way that Track 1 isn't. As we've said, oil prices are hiking. A Hormuz coalition that took weeks to assemble isn't still fully operational, and Trump has proven some of the cracks with Europe. Anti-war voices in America and Europe are growing louder because they don't want to be dragged into a long, expensive war with no clear end, and Iran is playing on that to no end because they're seeing the polls and they're seeing the economic numbers, and they're watching Trump struggled publicly to get allies to send ships. They watched the 2025 ceasefire play out exactly the way they expected it to. And whilst Trump is not somebody to mess with in any way, shape, or form, and always ends up having the upper hand, you do have to remember that this has been 47 years of building this strategy. The proxies, the geography, the economic choke points, it's not for nothing. The Houthis joining today is Iran saying, guys, we have more cards and we're prepared for this. And it's going to get harder before it gets easier. The lesson here and the message that they're trying to send is actually not to Trump, who is not afraid of the Houthis or of Iran, but rather to the people who start to hear, wait a second, those arguments that were saying that this war is never going to end, now we've got new people joining, maybe there's truth to that. And suddenly the support for this starts to a little bit shift. You see, we got used to the 12-day war, and a lot of us expected this to be another hit and win. Iran was going to be eviscerated by America and Israel coming in with everything that they had. But again, 20 days, 30 days is not a lot of time against 47 years. It's safe to assume that Israel and the US have some very sophisticated tricks up their sleeves as well that we haven't yet seen, but they're going to come quite soon. But it isn't simple, and it's not easy to win against a sophisticated enemy. There hasn't been a revolution within Iran for a reason. Iran is enormous. They have nuclear abilities. Yes, not fully to a certain extent, but they have been working towards it. Terrorist entities across the Middle East, control of their country and others, and now control of many elements in the sea. Not to mention media manipulation to boot, and the ability to wreak economic havoc. But here's what I want to leave you with, because this show has never been about doom. Wars take turns and changes all the time. The Houthis, like Hezbollah and Iran and Hamas, are an enormous threat. Right now, however, we need to get into long-term thinking. Yes, it's frustrating that they have joined. It's more attacks. It complicates the sea. But at the same time, it now forces us to deal with their threat. We wouldn't have had justification to attack the Houthis before this, but now that they've joined, we can do something about them. As we have learned, these things, these terrorist entities, need to be uprooted from the core, even if it's uncomfortable for us. By then joining, we now have the ability to deal with them, and that is a blessing. Of course, we're up against similar issues that we've had previously, but this has also been planned for a very long time. Did any of you forget the move Israel made a few months ago that might have given them some additional advantage? It seemed weird at the time. The random recognition of Somaliland, the massive beach strip right across from Yemen. It was an odd move to do during an enormous war, but it gave us an ally conveniently located where we need to be now. Meaning, Israel has been very much focused on the fact that the Houthi threat is serious and alive, and we need to be doing some moves to help us get to the checkmate. Nothing we have been seeing up until this point has been random. It has all been really thought out. Israel is now focusing on Iran's economic infrastructure because the Houthis may have capabilities, but without money and without the pieces, they can't do much. Israel and the US have the upper hand. But most importantly, have you noticed how God is on our side? They have fired hundreds of missiles, and less than 20 people have been killed in Israel. To us, obviously, each person is a world, and 20 is 20 too much. But as a percentage, God is protecting our people and proving which side he is on. Honestly, this kind of feels like a modern-day splitting of the sea. Enemies from this way, nature working against us, and yet somehow we are protected. Almost like the hand of God. It's how I like to think about the Iron Dome. It comes out and it stops everyone trying to attack Israel, which is protected underneath it. Now, however, we have to pray that our leadership doesn't cave, that we don't back down, which honestly has been our biggest issue up until this point, that we haven't gone hard enough against the enemies, that we've left them to some degree not finished completely. It doesn't matter how uncomfortable this is. If we don't end this once and for all, we are looking at another version of this in the future with a more angry enemy. This needs to end. Iran 3.0 cannot be our reality. Our unity with the states has never been stronger. Our conviction is at an all-time high. The time is now, and nothing should stop us. Let's pray that the leadership agrees with us and makes decisions that actually bring to the end of terrorism, to the end of their ability to hold us in economic blackmail and make it that we allow for terrorism to keep on going just so that our life stays a little bit more comfortable. It's a fallacy. It's the wrong way of looking at it. And I, for one, are really hoping that this is the shift the world needs to really take us around the corner and into a new understanding of how the world works. I'm Ira Kay, and I will see you next time.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. I'm Devo Klein, coming to you live from Israel, bringing you all of the biggest headlines from across the region. It's currently 10 a.m. in New York and 5 p.m. here in Israel, where we entered day 38 of the war with Iran. Let's quickly break down all of the latest developments. Central Israel came under attack once again this afternoon. Red alert sirens sent thousands into bomb shelters as a cluster bomb warhead separated in the skies above Tel Aviv, causing a record number of impact sites across the country, including Lod, Ramat Gan, Bnei Brak, and more, just to name a few. Now, our ILTV's Maayan Hoffman is standing by with the latest rundown on these recent barrages. Maayan, what can you tell us?
Thanks, Devo. Well, first of all, just a short while ago, once again, sirens blared across the country in central Israel and even here in Jerusalem, where sirens have been much fewer. Simultaneously, there were sirens in the north as Hezbollah shot a coordinated attack. And of course, earlier today, Houthis also took a stab at Israel and shot toward Eilat. That rocket was intercepted. Now, earlier today, as you mentioned, it was one of the largest barrages, a record number of 27 impact sites across the country. Some serious damage there in multiple locations. One man in his 40s moderately injured in Ramat Gan. We're also talking about a woman who was injured by her car in Petach Tikva. She had pulled over in order to take shelter, but the rocket hit near the car, and you can see the impact that caused. Again, she was moderately injured. We also had two other incidents today involved in that attack. A 90-year-old who was seriously injured fell en route to the shelter. And moreover, we learned about another woman also in her 40s who had exited her car on the highway in order to run and seek shelter, but instead fell several meters down and experienced moderate injuries. She's being treated now at Beilinson Hospital. And of course, this follows a very difficult night. I just want to remind everybody that late Sunday, there was a very serious attack in Haifa, a direct hit by a ballistic missile that hit a 7-story building and killed 4 people. The search and rescue teams were working round the clock overnight in order to pull those people from the rubble. We're talking about a couple in their 80s, a married couple who was killed. Then we later learned of a man in his 40s, and only 18 hours after that impact on Sunday, we found out about the 4th victim, a woman aged 35. And as I mentioned, that Sunday night strike, it was a direct strike by a rocket on the building. The rescue workers and the officials were surprised that the entire building did not collapse. There was a fear that that would happen. But as it turned out, the ballistic missile did not explode on impact. Had that happened, not only would the building have collapsed, but the entire area would have been impacted. The Air Force later explained that the missile had actually exploded in air, and that's why they were unable to intercept that missile. Now, I just want to mention, Devo, as we wrap up the report, that today is Monday, and kids are actually supposed to go back to school after the Passover holiday, which ends Wednesday night. So the kids would be returning on Thursday. But what we learned today is that there will be a meeting of the education minister with the other officials in the government, and it is very unlikely, due to the kind of impact we're talking about today, that children will return. It seems that only in those few yellow areas are kids expected to go back to school, and even then in small groups and in areas with shelters. In most of the country, it seems the situation is likely to continue.
All right. Thank you, Maayan, for that very important report. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to take a moment there to emphasize one of the clips that you actually saw on your screen recently. If you're wondering what an injury from the blast and the shockwave looks like from a ballistic missile, take a look at this video. The woman stops her car. She leisurely steps away from it, and boom, there goes the rocket. And you can see just what it does to her body. She did not anticipate what was to come, and you can just see the force of the blast. She, of course, sustained injuries, as our reporter just told us, and this is why the Home Front Command guidelines are so crucial and save lives. And meanwhile, the new information of the bodies that have been extracted from that building in Haifa has also been delivered through our reporter. All four of them were actually family members, the couple in their 80s, their son in their 40s, and his partner in her 35s. May they all be of blessed memory. And meanwhile, the IDF is still striking hard across Iran. Defense Minister Israel Katz revealed that the latest wave of airstrikes targeted Iran's largest petrochemical factory, responsible for manufacturing 85% of Iran's petrochemical capabilities. Take a listen to his recent remarks.
צה"ל תקף כעת בעוצמה את המתקן הפטרוכימי הגדול ביותר באיראן, שנמצא באיסלאוויה. יעד מרכזי שאחראי לכ-50% מהייצור הפטרוכימי במדינה, וזאת לאחר שבשבוע שעבר הותקף המתקן המרכזי השני. כעת שני המתקנים, שאחראים יחד לכ-85% מהייצור הפטרוכימי של איראן, הוצאו מכלל שימוש ואינם מתפקדים. מדובר במכה כלכלית קשה, בהיקף של עשרות מיליארדי דולרים למשטר האיראני. התעשייה הפטרוכימית היא מנוע מרכזי במימון פעילות משמרות המהפכה ובבניין הכוח הצבאי של איראן. ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הנחינו את צה"ל להמשיך ולתקוף בכל העוצמה את התשתיות הלאומיות של משטר הטרור האיראני. משטר הטרור האיראני יגלה כי המשך התוקפנות נגד ישראל והירי הפחדני והנפשע לעבר אזרחי ישראל יביאו להעמקת הנזק הכלכלי והאסטרטגי שהוא משלם ולהקרסת יכולותיו. אני מודה למפקדי וחיילי צה"ל היקרים על פעילותם וגבורתם בכל הגזרות.
And this message follows another announcement by Katz from earlier today. He said the IDF successfully eliminated Majid Khadami, a senior Iranian intelligence official. Khadami spent less than a year in this role. Defense Minister Katz says he was one of the direct reasons for the ballistic missile attacks on Israeli civilians and one of the top 3 IRGC officials still remaining. And meanwhile, U.S. and Iranian officials have been sent a Pakistani-mediated framework for a potential deal. This in a last-ditch effort for diplomacy before Trump's ultimatum deadline is up. Both parties are expected to respond today. American sources said they're weighing the framework that reportedly discusses a 45-day pause in fighting in exchange for the reopening of the crucial Strait of Hormuz. This follows Trump's latest extension to his deadline, gifting the Islamic regime an additional 24 hours to agree to U.S. terms and open the strait. In the post to Truth Social on your screens now, Trump announced the new deadline as Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. This will be the third time that he has delayed his ultimatum. Trump has threatened sweeping strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure if Tehran does not comply, including possible attacks on power plants and bridges, while also continuing to press for a deal under which Iran would give up its enrichment program, a demand Iran has thus far rejected. And while Trump prepares for action, Iranian Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf is doubling down, tweeting that Trump is, quote, dragging the United States into a living hell. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz remains mostly closed. Energy trade continues to suffer around the world, and we wait for yet another 24 hours to see what the United States has up their sleeves. And joining me now to discuss all of these latest developments is our panel of experts. I am pleased to welcome to our show Yaakov Katz, former editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post, and Dr. Sona Kazemi, assistant professor at University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. Thank you both so much for joining. So if you guys can hear me, if you're with me, I'd love to get both of your takes on this sort of window of diplomacy. Yaakov, I'd like to start with you. Do you see Trump pushing off his impending deadline as a sign of weakness? Or is he really trying to, give diplomacy a fair shot? Or is he just potentially buying more time to maybe go even harder militarily if Iran doesn't accept, which at this point seems like the likely scenario?
Well, I think it's become obvious is that Donald Trump doesn't want to have to attack the energy targets in Iran, and therefore he's doing everything he can to try to reach some sort of deal, but under the conditions that he wants. If we look at Trump's conduct, I would say throughout the different crises with Iran, dating back already to June, when there was the first round, the 12-day war, and of course when this war began in the end of February, you see that Trump gives a time, he gives a window for diplomacy, but then if that window is missed or if it closes and the Iranians don't take him up on his offer, he then still holds the cards and the ability to escalate and to take military action. It seems, though, that based on his decision to continuously delay, here a couple days, there another day, it's really an effort that maybe these talks are moving in potentially a productive direction, and therefore one more day won't do anyone wrong. With that said, if we start to see delay after delay after delay, the Iranians will understand that they can call his bluff, and therefore they will have the upper hand. And that is something that the Americans need to be very careful not to give away in such a manner during these negotiations.
Absolutely. And Dr. Kazemi, what's your take on this Trump move with the deadline? I mean, yesterday it seemed like his main priority was the Strait of Hormuz and getting it open as soon as possible. So with this extension, is, he not risking another day of global energy crisis? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I agree with Yaakov. It is very much the case with Trump that he has been saying this all along, and it also occurs to me that he probably doesn't want to actually do this. But the main point here is not to conflate the national interests of Iran with the interests of the regime. I understand that there is an overlap, but the regime doesn't have any regard for what happens to the Iranian people, or if they want to go to the end of this and turn Iran into a scorched earth, they would do it for the revolutionary ideology. And they are in war with the Iranian people. They have been for the past 47 years. So I think threatening them by saying that I'm going to hit your bridges or power plants, I'm not sure how effective that is, because that is going to hurt, of course, the regime, but it's also going to hurt the Iranian people. And if Iran turns into a scorched earth, I don't think it's going to benefit anyone at all, because then it's going to be fertile ground for radicalization, for all sorts of instability in the Middle East. And I really hope that he doesn't mean to do it. But again, I think this regime it has a revolutionary ideology. It believes in end of the world theology, and they are willing to die for their ideology, even if that means that turning Iran into absolutely nothing.
I mean, it's interesting that you say that, because, the current people who are currently in the regime, they're not at all who was negotiating in the previous round of nuclear talks before this war even started. Yaakov, actually want to turn this question to you. Do you actually anticipate the new regime officials who have recently, I guess, taken their position, could they potentially surprise us and move differently than their predecessors? No one really knows who's in charge right now and who's calling the shots. And the previous negotiations tell us that we can anticipate, backtracking and throughout the process and, indifference. But could things maybe be different this time around?
It's very difficult to know really whose fingers on the so-called button of power in Iran, right? You have what it seems is three different schools or different groups of people. One is the heads of the IRGC who remain. The other is whether it's Khamenei's son, is he is he incapacitated? Is he not? Muchaba, who are the people surrounding him, his late father's advisors, and more. So that's another group. And then there's the president and the foreign minister. What influence do they really have over the IRGC and over the clerics themselves is also unclear. So who this deal is going to be made with, and the Iranian parliament speaker has also been touted as someone who the Americans are speaking to. I think that really is one of the great question marks. But with that said, if there is a hierarchy and there is order in Iran and there is someone who is in charge, then if this deal is reached, it would have to be adhered to. And that is going to be the real question, because what we've seen over countless deals with Iran, ever since they stopped officially their nuclear weapons program back in 2003. But then when America was invading Iraq, but then they restarted and began to take steps, even while lying to the West, the JCPOA, other negotiations, everything failed at trying to get them to stop their program. This belief that some new negotiation and a new deal with different people will bear fruit, we really don't know. And that's why you need to take away in whatever deal is reached any infrastructure or ability that the Iranians would ever have to be able to one day cross that nuclear threshold. This can't just be about the Strait of Hormuz, because if it is, and the 450 or so high enriched uranium remains in Iran under whatever deal comes, that would be a bad deal, and that would be a bad day for Israel, and I would say for the rest of this region.
Absolutely. I think that that I would agree that the general consensus is that any deal or any end to this war that would leave any sort of remnant of the regime still standing would be a failure. And Sarah, I'm curious, do you agree with Yaakov's sentiment? Do you think that there is even a regime to negotiate with at this point? Can we trust them?
No, we can't trust them. Yes, I totally agree with what both of you said. And I think besides what Yaakov said, I just want to add the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. He is also has appeared as just this person who is in power, and he's just an IRGC. I mean, he used to be an IRGC commander. He is the IRGC, right? I mean, I know that Trump probably likes to turn Iran into another Venezuela and find another Rodriguez to capitulate and have all of the oil money go to the department, the Treasury in the U.S. and kind of submit to the America. But the thing with the Iranian government is that they may be a mafia cartel. They may be operating like a mafia cartel, but they're also ideological, right? So that is their difference between, the main difference between them and others. But what I see here is that I don't think that Iran can become another or has anyone like Rodriguez to capitulate because of the IRGC. And IRGC, now the country is being run by little islands. No one really knows what is actually going on because the really, really top commanders are being taken out and they have a lot of institutional knowledge. I know that they're being replaced, but according to studies that have been done, these people in power are probably 3,000, 3,500 people. And even if you take out the top ones, there are still middle ones that are in power. Although I acknowledge that they don't have the same institutional knowledge, but still the missiles go off, right? They can still fight, even with the limited capacity that they have now, despite everything going on. And I don't think that the IRGC that has implanted itself in Iran's economy and political structure for 47 years is going to give up on power or let the more reformist factions of the regime take over, like Mohammad Javad Zarif, which is the equivalent of Joseph Goebbels in Iran, basically is the propaganda minister that speaks English and tries to paint a very nice picture of the Islamic Republic to the world and impresses people with his English, or former President Rouhani. I mean, they dream. Recently, Zarif wrote an article for Foreign Affairs in English. I wonder why he doesn't write in Farsi in Iranian media, but writes in English in the Foreign Affairs for the English audience to say, oh, here are all conditions and, this is how peace deal might be achieved. And what is totally ignored from all of this is the Iranian people. The Iranian people, 40,000 Iranians were gunned down in what I call the Iranian Holocaust in 2 days. In modern history, I don't know we have anything like that unarmed civilians. So this regime has no legitimacy with the Iranian people. And I think that should be considered too in all of these equations that are very internationally related. What about the people? What about the power of people? People don't want this regime. People don't see this regime as a legitimate power in place. So any peace deal with any factions of this regime would be illegitimate with most Iranian people.
Absolutely. And it's not to mention also the countless numbers of executions that have been going on in recent weeks as well to also insert dominance and power and show strength. Executions of opposition members and protesters and others. May all their memories be a blessing. But I do want to ask this, I guess, natural follow-up question. Let's just agree that for a minute here that diplomacy does not work. There is no deal. Nobody can agree to a framework. Then what? When do you cap this war? When does Trump decide, okay, I've had my fill, I've had enough, because at any point that you eliminate, a senior commander or people who are in charge or any of that sort of regime, representation, they will always be replaced with another person. And at the end of the day, yes, so as you mentioned, there are a lot of, opposition to the regime, but there's also a lot of support for the regime within Iran. So at what point, if not diplomacy, is there anything that could be done militarily that would cap this war? Where do you draw the line, Yaakov, if you can start?
Well, I think that, obviously those are concerns that you're always going to have in whatever conflict you're engaged in, right? Who's going to replace, who's going to come next, what's going to be, and you always want to try to predict as much as you can. But intelligence is never a 100% game of certainty, and therefore what we need to hope for, and I think if there's any lesson, at least that in Israel we have learned ever since October 7th, is that we have to take away the capabilities, right? And because if you leave the regime or Hamas or Hezbollah with the capabilities, the desire is always going to be there. So if you can replace the regime, that's always going to be the best case scenario. But as we've seen over the last few weeks, and we're now almost 5 weeks into this war, it's not simple. It's not just, you do what you do and then suddenly the regime comes toppling down. Not at all. Maybe that will happen at a later date. But for now, it's a question of capabilities. And if you can take away and degrade those capabilities that ensure your security long term, that is the dramatic change that we can have here. And that's what Israel has been focused on. That's why, for example, the 0.5 ton of uranium is so important. That's why the Strait of Hormuz is so important. It's not about trying to instill or create democracy in Iran. I don't think anyone believes that that's what we're about. But what this is about is ensuring that this regime and this country, that's the state sponsor of terrorism, cannot continue to wreak havoc and destruction throughout the Middle East and around the world.
Right, but Yaakov, if you don't mind me just challenging that for a second here, I know there's a difference between the regional proxies and the Islamic regime itself, but if the proxies in the region have taught us anything, it's that every time there's a ceasefire or a cessation, we degrade their capabilities, they take whatever time that they have to rebuild those capabilities. And Israeli officials are saying, about Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, that what we originally assessed after the last time we were in Lebanon and we degraded their capabilities, that they actually have significantly more capabilities than we originally thought, and that the job is very far from being done. So you say that the goal isn't necessarily, an effective regime change or an enforcement of democracy, which I can't understand how problematic that is. But if the goal is just degrading capabilities, then what's stopping this regime from just building them up again and starting all over?
No, and they definitely will be able to if they're left with, for example, this 0.5 ton of high enriched uranium. If that stays in Iran, I don't think we'll be able to sleep peacefully at night. But if you are able to take that out, then you can at least say for now, for the foreseeable future, you'll have to continue to watch. You might have to do follow-up strikes. This isn't over. As long as this regime remains, this is going to remain the greatest threat to the state of Israel. But if you take away that amount of uranium, if you are able to degrade the military capabilities, and Israel has put a huge emphasis in this war on also attacking the defense industrial base of Iran. So not just taking out the missiles or the missile launchers, but also the facilities and the assembly line through which they are produced and manufactured. So if you're able to do that, you will have kicked the can down the road for a limited period of time. You'll have to keep eyes on them, but at least the threat now has moved from being a high level, potentially existential threat to one that is much more manageable. But if that does not happen, and Iran, the regime remains, the uranium remains, the missile capabilities remain, then we did some good for a bit of time, but they will rebuild, and they'll rebuild much more stronger way, and probably surprise us even with the speed with which they do it.
Absolutely. And I think also something crucial here to mention is that probably this difference between, we're talking about the ballistic missiles and the nuclear, and these are, regional problems, potentially even global problems. But say we degrade, regime capabilities, that still it does buy us some time, but it doesn't buy any time for the people of Iran, who are the direct sufferers of this regime. So, Sona, if you don't mind just hopping in on the perspective of the people inside of Iran, in the beginning of the war, they've been encouraged by both President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu to rise up against the regime, it felt like there was a bit of a window there to do so. And there is a sense that the longer, military campaign continues, the more degraded they are, the less officials they have, the easier it might be for such a potential uprising by the people of Iran. But there is also this lingering feeling that this window of vengeance, let's call it, after the brutal crackdown that you mentioned of the protesters is just inching closer to being closed. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I want to bring in the question of, the Iranian people back to the equation, because I think it is very important to always consider that, because Iran is really, really huge, right? It's like 1.6 million kilometers square. And what even foreign powers like Israel, US, others who are being hurt by the very existence of this regime, they have a natural ally, and that is the Iranian people. And that needs to be a very important part of these conversations, I think. First of all, I don't think that window is closing. And I'm going to tell you why. A recent study was done and showed that there were 5,180 protests in Iran. I can't remember the exact number of years, but it basically was saying that there has been a protest or a demonstration in Iran in different capacities every 3 days. So Iran is 92 million people. They have been really discontent with this regime since its inception. So they're always going to be there, and they're always going to take the opportunity to come out. But right now, when there is bombardment and there is a fear of survival, obviously they're just in their homes and they can't come out. But eventually they will be able to come out once all these facilities that needs to be targeted, like the weapons manufacturing depots and the assembly line and all of those things that need to be targeted. And they haven't been. I mean, there are still many of them that are still working, right? Still, the regime is launching drones from mostly populated civilian areas. It has military assets that they deploy inside, like embedded within civilian areas. I heard that in Chabahar, in Bandar Abbas, in southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, that was happening. Some people were calling, and basically they were very concerned that the eyewitness accounts of they had seen some military assets being moved, and they were worried because once they launch it from there, obviously when the retaliation occurs, it's going to hit people, right? And I understand when they say that they hit, weapons assembly, but I don't understand when they hit the petrochemical depots or industries or like Pasteur Institute, which is like a place that makes vaccines for people, or when they hit bridges that are like a couple of people on it, or schools. I'm not saying that they are doing that on purpose. But the truth is that 1,500 Iranians have been killed, right? And they shouldn't be stuck between a suppressive force with an iron fist that's ready to kill them and execute them and torture them, and then others who claim to help them, but then they end up killing them. Trump said 7 times between when the war started and after the protests started that help is on the way.
Help is on the way, yeah.
Help is on the way, right? But so help shouldn't be hitting the infrastructure that people are using. The help should hit the regime officials, right? And also the world should do something, not just US and Israel. Why the world tolerates this regime? They should expel all of their ambassadors, close their embassies, kick them out of the United Nations. I mean, this regime has no legitimacy, and there are many ways that can be established. And I don't know why the world flirts with this regime constantly, wants to reach a deal.
Right. Well, there's so much more that I do want to discuss with the both of you, but we're having a look at the clock, and we are unfortunately out of time. We have to close our panel right here. Yaakov Katz, Dr. Sona Kazemi, thank you both so much for coming on the show and giving us your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And here at ILTV, we always like to end our broadcast on a slightly positive note. Sometimes it's nice to be reminded of the unbroken bond between Israel and the United States, our longtime ally, and what better reminder than a living, breathing one. That's U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. He is, without a doubt, one of the strongest examples of this connection coming to fruition, not just because of his job and his title, but because Huckabee is always reaffirming this connection, tweeting about it, attending U.S.-Israeli gatherings, visiting centers across the country, and so much more. This tweet on your screen recently, he tweeted praise for the incredible rescue mission of the American F-15E pilot and navigator from within enemy territory. He praised the cooperation between Israeli and American troops and between Israeli and American intelligence. That's Mossad and CIA, two bodies who could possibly have reservations on each other, working in sync to execute the mission at hand, and flawlessly done. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I want to thank all of our viewers for being with us today and for taking in all of these reports and updates straight from Israel. You can scan the QR code that's on your screen for more updates on our WhatsApp channel. I'm Devo Klein. Stay safe, and thank you so much for watching.
President Trump extended his original 5-day deadline to another 10 days, giving the Iranian regime more time to accept his 15-point peace offering. But it's very confusing for many because while the peace offering is out there, the fighting continues.
Well, that's right. But before we get started, let me say that today we are taping on Sunday, March 29th. And it's important to say the date because every 24 hours, some big news breaks. To answer your question about this extension that President Trump gave the Iranian regime, well, some people in Israel said, oh no, this is terrible. And some people in the United States, I heard, said, he's backing out, he's backing down, Taco, Trump always chickens out, etc. But I actually thought this is a great thing. First of all, we know that the Iranian regime is not going to accept the 15-point plan because what it really means is that it won't be what it is. It'll be dead, a dead regime. Not just dead leaders, but I mean a dead regime because it won't have nuclear weapons or ballistic missiles or proxies in the region and all of these other things that, of course, that's its whole reason for being. That's one thing. But the interesting part about this is he said the deadline is not, okay, we're giving you a ceasefire for all these days, giving them time, of course, to rearm and do all those things that happen in Gaza, by the way. On the contrary, what he's saying is, I'm giving you all these days, and if you don't agree to open the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, this week he called jokingly the Strait of Trump, and maybe not so jokingly, and if you don't open the Strait of Hormuz, and if you don't agree to our proposal, then we're just going to blitz the crap out of you, basically is what he said. He didn't use those exact words, but I got to tell you, in some of his interviews, he came close.
So he's put this 15-point plan on the table, and the war continues, but he says unless they accept my proposals, negotiate seriously, then he's going to, up it a bit. And if you say beat the crap out of them or whatever, however you want to put it, but he's threatened to take out their energy infrastructure, and that would mean no Iranians would have electricity. Though people who follow the Iran very closely know many of them don't have electricity for a long time, even before the war, because the regimes, like in Cuba, the regime can't govern the country. They're going broke and electricity infrastructure is lousy anyway. But Trump is threatening to escalate if they don't agree to his 15-point proposal, or at least I don't think they have to sign on the bottom line. He hasn't said that, but he says they have to negotiate seriously, and these are the principles. And the 15 points from an Israeli perspective, especially Ruthie Bloom, but Israelis as a whole are very skeptical about any deal with Iran. But the 15 points that the Americans have put on the table are actually very good for Israel. There's a total dismantling of the nuclear program. Fordow and the other nuclear sites, Isfahan, and the other one, I've forgotten the name, they have to actually be dismantled. And the enriched uranium in Iran that is there has to be taken out, and their ability to enrich more has to be destroyed. In other words, and the ballistic missile program has to be limited in a very, very extreme way, and they have to stop their connections with their proxy armies. All the terrible things that this regime has done over the last, 2 to 3 decades, they have to stop doing it. Now, most people like you, I think that there's no chance of them doing that. And so in that case, the 10 days will come and Trump will escalate. Is it possible? Is there a small chance that the Iranians are being beaten so toughly by the United States and their leaders are being killed and their infrastructure, their military infrastructure is being destroyed, and we're destroying their nuclear sites and we're destroying their ballistic sites and we're destroying their military industries and we're hitting them hard, the besieged and the Revolutionary Guards and all these bad actors, yes? Is it possible? I'm not saying probable, but is it possible there'll be someone in the regime who will say, okay, let's go for the deal and at least the regime will stay in power and we won't be totally obliterated? Is that possible? It's possible. Is it probable? I'm not sure.
Well, first of all, it's possible, but such a figure would be killed by the Revolutionary Guards, for example. But even if he weren't, okay, here's the thing is this. It's possible that they'll say it. Would they do it? Impossible. It's possible that, yes, they're getting beaten very, very badly. And we know that because even though millions of Israelis all day and all night are running to bomb shelters.
Like us, on the way here.
We
nearly had a siren with thee.
Yes,
we were looking for places to
and
where
I
we could
run to a bomb shelter all day and all night.
Yeah.
However, and like millions of Israelis, but over very few missiles in number. A month ago, there were many more launched. And here's the beauty of this war. We've taken out, when I say we, I mean combination of the
Speaking like
United
Trump, if I can
States.
interrupt you, he has a beautiful Armada and a beautiful B-2 bomber, and now you're saying beautiful war. Most people, except for Trump and now Ruthie Bloom, don't use those adjectives when describing destruction.
Am I allowed to call the B-2 bomber beautiful? I think I will. I mean, people are wearing jewelry with that on it.
Okay.
Okay. What's beautiful about it is that the reason that we're seeing fewer missiles is they have a stockpile. We don't know exactly how many left. We know that they have some long range and medium range and short range. But this is what we know. We've taken out most of their launchers. We've taken out most of their ability even to develop new missiles. We've taken out basically, in other words, everything they're using up right now, if they use it up, it's gone. And that is what I meant by beautiful. And anybody who says there's no strategy and all that is baloney. There is great strategy about the targets of the leaders, the targets of the infrastructure, and all the military infrastructure. And also, I would say you can see it's both tactical and strategic. And Israel and the United States are working in tandem and on different aspects of taking down the regime, degrading it very, very seriously. That doesn't mean the threat is eliminated, and also the Strait of Hormuz issue. But that's the only card left in the regime's deck is the Strait of Hormuz. Now, here's the thing. Why should they be able to hold that strategic asset for ransom? I mean, that they shouldn't even be allowed to demand it. So Trump actually is giving them, he's in some ways, he's saying, okay, fine, they've been beaten down, and so now they're going to agree, and they gave me a present, they're going to let 10 ships go through there. That's ridiculous, okay? And that's why I don't think he means that either. He's already told the rest of the world, listen, you guys, America, I don't need the Strait of Hormuz. We get most of we're energy independent, unlike you, Europe and all these other countries in Japan. Where are you? You people should be policing that strait. You should be removing the mines that Iran placed there and all that. So there's all this stuff going on. But what is interesting also is that when we were told that a team of negotiators was going to go to Pakistan, I believe it was, and negotiate with representatives of the regime. And it wasn't exactly clear. It's Arabchi, the foreign minister, and somebody else. It's hard to tell. because we don't even know who's in charge. And by the way, the president of Iran, it might be resigning. There's all kinds of defections and resignations and infighting, which is also excellent. We want them to have infighting because that weakens them even more. But what we do know is that no delegation from Washington went over there. And also, the regime representative said, we don't want Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They're evil. And we know why they didn't want them. They didn't want them because they had thought, they had been in negotiations with Kushner and Witkoff. And Witkoff finally, after several visits and summits, said, they're not serious. He didn't say they're not serious. He said they're lying. They're not nothing. It doesn't work with them. So they didn't want him. They wanted J.D. Vance, the vice president, because J.D. Vance has a reputation of being more isolationist and a little bit more pissy about Israel, more reprimanding of Prime Minister Netanyahu. So they thought that would be a good deal. But here's the thing. Even J.D. Vance, it's true. He says, look, we're going to end this war soon. It's not going to be a quagmire. By the way, it's not. All right. This business of it's going to be like Iraq and Afghanistan, that's ridiculous. It's only been 4 weeks, for crying out loud. Anyway, but we know that J.D. Vance said that. And what I'd like to do is listen to Secretary of State Marco Rubio and what he has to say about this. And I think that clarifies it really completely. Let's take a look.
And we're very clear, as we've been from the very beginning. The objectives of this mission have been clear from the very first night the president announced it. We're going to destroy Iran's Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force. We're going to basically destroy their ability to make missiles and drones in their factories. And we're going to substantially, I mean dramatically, reduce the number of missile launches so that they cannot hide behind these things to build a nuclear weapon threat in the world. As the Department of War has consistently outlined, we are on or ahead of schedule in that operation, and expect to conclude it at the appropriate time here in a matter of weeks, not months. And the progress is going very well. Obviously, we have some work to do. We have to finish the job, and we are finishing that job.
I think it's very interesting because both the Secretary of State in that quote and the President, they say, look, we've done, the war is won. We've done most of the important things. And, I don't need to repeat them, but, there's no Navy left, no Air Force left. American, Israeli planes are flying over Iran with impunity. They've got no air defenses left. They've been hit really hard. Their military capabilities have been hit. Their nuclear capabilities have been hit. I think it was earlier this week, they hit the heavy water facility, which was important for their nuclear program. In other words, we're really obliterating their military capabilities. They have residual things, and as the Secretary of State said, they still have some capabilities we'd like to deal with. But we are getting to the close of this. And the question is, Ruthie, and it's not clear to me, how does this end, right? I mean, in your dream, and in probably my dreams too, I just don't think they're too realistic, that it ends with the regime falls and the people of Iran rise up and there's a new regime. It's not clear to me that can happen. So if that doesn't happen, right, I'd like it to happen. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not sure about the probability of happening. And I noticed both Netanyahu and Trump are speaking less about that recently, which means I think they also judge the probability might be going down. So how can it end? It can end with a deal, which we both just discussed now, right? Is low probability. That Iran agrees to even 14 of the 15 points that, that Trump has put on the table. It's very, very unlikely. Not impossible, but unlikely. So is there a point where the Americans say, okay, we are unilaterally ceasing the war, right? We're just holding our fire, and we expect the Iranians to do A, B, and C. And I think that sort of scenario for ending the war is not illogical because it's easy. Trump can do this big news conference and say, we've hit all the targets we wanted to hit. We've destroyed, and it'll go over everything we've destroyed. And we expect A, B, and C. And if the Iranians don't play ball, we can start our fire again. And then the Iranians will come out of it, the regime, yes, what's left of it, but still controls the country, will come out of it and say something like, we've won, we're still alive, but they won't start the war again. And there won't be any sanctions relief because there was no deal. They only get sanctions relief if there's a deal. And then what will happen, I think we said last week on this podcast, between the first round in June last year and January when the riots broke out, there were 7 months. The regime is weak the regime has been decapitated, the regime has no legitimacy. That together with sanctions, maybe it's only a matter of time for the regime change to kick in. It might take 2 months, it might take 6 months. But a regime that is both isolated and weak and poor and can't give solutions to the people of Iran, something has to give. And once again, I'm not talking about what you want, Ruthie, but let's talk about probability. You yourself have said there's no probability or very low probability of a deal because they can't accept the points that the Americans put on the table. This won't go on forever, which is what you've said also, and America doesn't want this to go on forever. So at one point, America, if there's no deal, will say, we are stopped fighting, and we expect A, B, and C to happen, and it'll be an American dictate. It won't be an agreement. And I think that's probably the most likely scenario to finish this. And the truth is, I mean, you don't like that scenario. You want this to go to the end, maybe. But I don't see another scenario. I mean, I'd like to see a different scenario.
Hold on a minute. I am all for the United States laying down the law, a dictate. No, I'm against deals with jihadists with whom you can't make deals. No. Dictating to them, yes, I'm all for that. As long as it's clear to them who's the boss. That's number one. Number two, I'm sure this regime is going to fall, and not from the outside, but from the inside. We know that the Iranian people have had it. It's not just that they're oppressed and repressed and they've been tortured and turned, Iran used to be very sort of modern, women in mini skirts. Now they're all with their hijabs and all of that.
That's over. I've heard that point before. I think that's overstated, and I think you're talking about urban elites. I'm not sure the Iranian people, 90% were wearing the women were wearing mini skirts.
No. Even if they weren't in mini skirts. No. This Islamist regime takeover turned it into a society that was more culturally Zoroastrian and all that into an Islamist, dictatorship. And those people have had it for that reason, but not that's the only reason. Also because they were fed up with Iran giving all its billions of dollars that, thank you, Obama administration, to terror proxies and screaming on behalf of the Palestinians. And the Iranian people weren't getting anything. And even during the coronavirus pandemic, it was terrible what was happening there. The regime, all it does is persecute its own people. And so they're fed up with that. They're fed up with having no proper services, and especially now with the constantly regime shutting off their internet. And we saw them take to the streets, even though 30 and maybe more than 30,000 were gunned down. And now, as both the United States and Israel told them, hold on a little longer before you come out. It's dangerous right now because there's bombs flying all over. Their bombs, our bombs. Stay at home, and very soon the coast will be clear for you to come out in the streets again. And what that really means is because also we've taken out tons of Basij militia outposts, headquarters. Now, Iran is very, very large. So we're not only talking about Tehran, we're talking about outskirts, villages. I remember once the scholar Amir Taheri, who's actually Iranian originally, once said, you people don't understand Iran. You say, oh, Iran, the Iranians. Let me tell you something. There are people in villages in Iran who don't even know that it's called Iran. When they go to Tehran, they say, we're going on a trip to Iran. They don't even know Tehran. So you have to understand, it's not the whole of the country, like you said. The educated, the people in the more urban people are more aware. But the people in the outskirts, they are the grassroots protesters who will really make a difference, coming from the out into the urban centers. So I'm sure that's going to happen. When? I don't know.
So, but that means you agree with me. But that means you agree with my point that if we can't wait for that to happen to end the war, so the war, if it's not going to end with an agreement, will end with a unilateral American-Israeli decision, which says, enough, we've achieved our goals and we're stopping now. That you're agreeing with me.
Well, I'm not sure that that's how it's going to end with it.
So give me your scenario.
No, I can't give you my scenario because it reminds me of all of these discussions. There was a military expert, somebody who had been a general and fought in many wars, who said, you have to understand something. War is dynamic. And people who go into a war and say, but what's the end game? But I mean, obviously there was a goal. And Trump and Netanyahu have been very, very clear about the goals. It's not true that there's no goal. But when he says this idea about, well, you have to have a strategy, the exit strategy, you can't know that.
Now, that I agree with.
That's no, but that's why I can't tell you exactly what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. You know what? You know how many people didn't anticipate the fall of the Soviet Union?
Yeah, but it did take 40 years.
No, I'm talking about in the lead up to it.
There's the famous
Talking
Trotsky
the
quote.
lead up
Allow
to
me.
it.
There's the famous Trotsky quote. Leon Trotsky, the lovely Jewish boy who had something to do with the Russian Revolution, and Stalin ended up hunting him down and killing him. He said, and I'm quoting by memory, so I might not be the exact words. He said, all revolutions appear impossible, and after they happen, everyone says they were inevitable. And so I have no doubt that in the end, this regime will fall. But from a practical point of view, my point is this.
What you're asking me is when the troops are going to stop fighting and when we're going to stop flying missiles going back and forth.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I do know one thing.
Yes.
Do you notice, aside from the fact that Israeli pilots are flying with impunity everything,
Correct.
sorties, who would have even believed
Okay,
that
but
a year ago?
we spoke about that already, Ruthie.
Okay, but not just that. Look at the amount of troops, ground troops, that President Trump has amassed in the region.
So I want to say that he's advanced ground troops, but if I know Trump, right, when he doesn't want to go into some sort of invasion like Iraq and or Afghanistan, I think his plan is to use those ground troops for surgical operations that will hurt the regime, not for any sort of like occupation like Japan after the Second World War.
Didn't say that.
And therefore, the ground troops are there either to deal with that Haraj, how do you say it, the island, with the oil island, which is, we said last week on the program, that's only a small geographical space, and it's separated from the mainland, and theoretically you can go in there and take it over, and then you've got the Iranians. It also fits into my strategy. You take the island, and then you say we're ceasing to fire, and the Iranians have no ability to export their oil, and they really are on the ground with your foot on their, on their windpipe, so to speak. Or they could be used to go these special forces, the 82nd Airborne, I think it is, and the Marines. You could use them to find, not to find, but the intelligence will tell you what it is, but to locate the enriched uranium.
Dig it up.
To do all sorts of important operations. But I don't think, right, you're not going to see American tanks going into Beirut and occupying the country. It's not going to happen.
No, I agree with you that that's not going to happen. But there are other adjacent scenarios. Because it is possible that the goals cannot be met without some form of temporary occupation, takeover. Look, when Trump
Occupation of what, Ruthie?
No, I'm talking about to ensure that the regime doesn't crop up again, to a transition. A transition.
But are you talking about an Iraq scenario where they actually?
No,
that's
not Iraq.
Happen.
Everyone wants to compare everything to the
what sort of
quagmire of
occupation? When
Iraq.
you say occupation, what do you mean?
First of all, yes, troops entering, not just little surgical things entering, maybe overseeing a transition. Now, we don't know who's taking over.
That is an Iraq situation.
No, but not for years. We're talking about a short period of time, not a long period of time. Everything is to compare it to these long, long wars is not applicable here. What we've done in a single month is unheard of. Okay, we're talking about a short period. What did Rubio just say? He said, not in a matter of months, maybe in a matter of weeks. Okay, we're talking about a short period of time. And also Israel, it has a role here. Now look what's happening. One of the reasons we know that it can't just end with, troop withdrawals is this. So now the Houthis...
I didn't say withdrawal, I said ceasefire. In other words, if you've got troops in important places, you don't have to move them. But Ruthie, allow me, please.
Okay.
Because I think you're speaking what you'd like to see, but the idea of troops going into Iran, taking out the important cities and establishing a transition regime and leading a few weeks ago sounds nice in theory. I don't think it works in practice. And more importantly, everything that I know about Trump, and unlike a lot of people on the left, I actually respect Trump. I think his leadership has been very, very interesting, and what he's been doing is very smart. I think he's Nixonian. I say that in a positive way. It's realpolitik and it's power politics. And here was a terrible regime that had been threatening America for half a century, and we're finally going to take it out, right? I don't in any way, but he has no intention of doing that sort of and here I want to say a basic rule that you'd always remember. You say things have been going well for the first month and it's wonderful, right? You know, if things going well today don't mean they go well tomorrow. You can overextend. You can make mistakes. The other side can surprise you. You can swallow more than you can digest. And I think I want to win this. But to win this doesn't make the mistakes that can be made by overextending. And I don't think, more importantly, don't forget what Mark Regev thinks. That's not important. Trump is nowhere near this idea of going in there and forcing a new regime.
He's not, and he's not going to. No, he's not going to force another regime. I'm talking about the Iranian people who want to topple the regime. Not Trump, not Netanyahu. The Iranian people want to topple the regime. They didn't have weapons. Maybe we're going to be supplying them with the weapons to finally finish the job with the last remnants
I'm not against that.
of the besiege and the army. What I'm saying is we don't know. I can't tell you what exactly is going to happen. And I'm not saying the the tanks are going to go in. We're going to stay there for years. No, that's not even what I'm saying. But don't forget, you said a ceasefire. You know, ceasefire
I didn't
is
say ceasefire.
No, you said.
I said we unilaterally. It's not a ceasefire agreement. One stage when we think, like Rubio said, like Trump has said, when we've done what we wanted to do.
But then there's Israel.
Maybe it includes taking the island.
Okay, exactly. It could be taking the island. Meanwhile, we have Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen. And the Houthis gave us a little welcome on Saturday morning. They fired a missile or two, and one ballistic missile. Now they've been boasting that they had a second launch of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles and drones, and it's false. They did not. But they were clearly, there's one or two possibilities here. Iran told them, hey guys, you better join the fight because we're being weakened. Also, that Iran is running out of its own missiles. Second, Israel, again, when you were talking about Trump, let's talk about Israel's relation to this whole region. We're the ones bearing the brunt of all the missiles. By the way, not only Israel, the Gulf states. Iran is blitzing the Gulf states. I think Iran, the regime in Tehran, has spent more missiles on the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, these targets. Elsewhere, it's not only Israel. Of course, everyone talks about Israel, but the Gulf states have been hit hard. Is that Israel still is dealing with Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Houthis will see. It remains to be seen how many missiles they'll fire. But the idea was to scare us. Oh, now we've got it coming from the south. We've got coming from all directions. Missiles hitting the south from Lebanon and from Iran and now from Yemen. So a lot of this is psychological warfare, as you would acknowledge, but Israel still cannot accept when you say, okay, we're done. It's like a unilateral ceasefire of some kind, but Israel has bad experiences with that. Okay, we can't stop firing in Lebanon. That's for sure.
So one of the advantages is if Trump, instead of a negotiated deal, which once again, probability is anyway very low. But if, let's say, Trump orders a stop and Netanyahu is on board and we all stop firing, that won't limit Israeli action in Lebanon. That's one of the advantages. About the Houthis, which you mentioned, their missile, I was listening to some of the BBC World Service this morning. Everyone's very worried. They said the Straits of Hormuz have been, substantially closed. And the Houthis have the ability to close the other path, which is the Bab el-Mandeb. And if that, that really is Iran putting its foot on the choke point of the world, and will people stand for it, right? That's not Israel's problem. That's everyone's problem. We'll have to see how this plays out. But I urge us all to think, right? It's nice to have perfect solutions, right? We want regime change. Of course I want regime change. Can I do things that will encourage and incentivize and make it more probable? Yes, I should do those things. But can I build my policy on the assumption that it's going to happen sometime soon? The Cold War was fought for 40 years. Now, it's true, the Iranian regime's been there for more than 40 years, right? So maybe its time has come, but its time has come when its time will have come. And once again, I'm not sure that also, I listened very carefully to both Netanyahu and Trump, and they haven't been talking a lot about it. In fact, Netanyahu said very clearly, he said, we can't make it happen, right?
No, we can't.
We can create conditions for the people of Iran, but he didn't make that a condition, right? Our war aims, and the Americans, right? The Israeli ones are clear.
To eliminate the
eliminate the nuclear program, eliminate the ballistic missile threat, eliminate
proxies.
The proxies, right? If all that is achieved, I want to tell you something. A lot of Israelis think we'd like this to go on. Let's say Trump decides, by the time this goes to broadcast tonight, that he goes for a ceasefire, right? I don't think it's going to happen. But I would even argue then that the strategic situation for Israel and the region is infinitely better than it was on the 28th of February when this war started. Because this regime, which was such a threat not only to Israel but to the entire region and to the world, with a nuclear program, ballistic missile and all that, that regime has been decapitated and defanged and is a shadow of its former self. No matter how this finishes, it'll finish much better for everyone, including the people of Iran, than it started just over a month ago. And so I would like to have a perfect finish.
True.
I'd like to have a great finish. I'd like to see regime change and a pro-Western, pro-American, friendly to Israel regime in Tehran. Okay? But there's, you never, I've said this once before and you corrected me because I said it incorrectly. I said, never let the perfect stand in the way of the good, right? And if this ends with the regime in power, first of all, I think that's only temporary because I think the people will end up rising up because, as we saw in December. But even if it ends with something less than that, and we've achieved all the major goals that we've set out, we've got the Seder night coming out, Passover evening for the people who aren't Jewish, yes, on Wednesday night. And there's part of the service you say, Dayenu, which means it's enough. If God hadn't just taken us out of Egypt, it would have been enough. If God hadn't, right? It's part of the Jewish liturgy, it's enough, Dayenu. I will say, let's say this finishes without all our goals, all our desires, all our dreams being fully implemented, yes? There's no doubt that we'll be better off than we were on the 28th of February. Dayenu.
Well, first of all, there I do agree with you, and there's no doubt we're better off than we were on the 6th of October, 2023.
Of course.
Not just on the 28th of February. There's no question that even if everything ended right now, we have severely degraded our enemies' capabilities against us, and that includes Hezbollah in Lebanon. But whereas again, Trump and Netanyahu are in lockstep on many things, but Israel has additional interests that have to do with direct threats. It have to do the entire north of the country cannot live its life unless we eliminate the Hezbollah threat. And by the way, the U.S. has been just basically staying out of that whole issue, and hopefully it will continue. And that is why apparently Iran told the Pakistanis that their condition for even considering the 15-point plan is that the United States prevent Israel from going after Hezbollah. We can, of course, agree to that. So all of these moving parts are happening, and I am not talking about the perfect. I am talking about, though, as Marco Rubio said, finishing the job. You can interpret that how you want, and I can interpret it how I want, and I believe that we're going to know the answer to that within about a month.
So I will speculate we'll know the answer before a month. That's my speculation. And my speculation, and don't get offended, and your speculation is largely irrelevant because it'll depend on the man in the White House and the Israeli prime minister, but primarily because they're partners, but there's a senior partner here, right? And the senior partner is the United States. It'll depend on Mr. Trump. When he decides, and ultimately people say you've got to understand him as a businessman, yeah? When he decides that he has, how do they say in business, that he's reached a deal where he's maximized the benefits and minimized the downside, and if he believes now he's reached that point, this could well be over.
Well, it could be, but we'll see. And we will be meeting again next week, and then
I believe on Monday.
Next Monday, and by then, who knows? And we'll have to sit down and argue about it all over again.
I look forward to that, Ruthie.
So do I.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Trump extends the deadline for negotiations just as cracks are forming inside Iran's regime. So, are the Iranian regime and Trump looking for an off-ramp, or is this the art of the next Middle East deal? Welcome back, everybody, to the Quad. Are the Iranian Islamic leadership showing cracks? Well, look what the daughter of an ex-president had to say.
چرا؟ چون الان ما خودمون از اسرائیل، از آمریکا، از هر جا که ما میریم تو دنیا بدن، از رژیم پهلوی دیگه ما نمیتونیم بگیم اسرائیل بده، شاه بد بود، اون بد بود، این بده، اون بده. چون الان فعلا خودمون از همه بدتریم و بلاهایی داریم سر مردم خودمون میاریم تو همه زمینه‌ها. هیچ کدوم از اینا به این میزان نیوردن. حالا اسرائیل رو که گفتم، دوست دارم اینو بگم. ببینید شما آمار کشته‌های سوریه، فقط کشته‌هاش، حالا آواره‌هاش و تخریباش و مهاجرینش اینا رو کاری نداریم، 500,000 نفره که به حال ما تو این قضیه نقش داشتیم. یا یمن الان ببینیم 7 سال جنگ داخلیه که ما تو این قضیه نقش داشتیم و ما داریم مسلمان کشی را انداختیم. شما مجموع کشته‌های فلسطینی‌ها توسط اسرائیل رو اگر حساب کنید، من بعید می‌دونم به مثلا 100,000 یا 200,000 تا هم به تازه برسه. برای ما الان مسلمان کشیمون بیشتر از اسرائیل شده.
Well, to unpack all this and much more, my wonderful panel today, Emily Schrader, human rights activist and journalist, Shoshana Keats-Jaskal, founder of Chokhmat Nashim, elevating Orthodox women's voices, and today, a very special co-host guest, Ambassador Mark Regev, who is the co-host of his own show with our very own Ruthie Bloom, Israel Undiplomatic. Okay, is hell freezing over, Emily, when the daughter of an ex-president, Rafsanjani, who herself was a member of the Iranian parliament, is actually saying and making more sense than Tucker Carlson?
I mean, I hate to rain on the parade, but I don't think so. This is kind of what the reformist camp within Iran does when they're trying to gain legitimacy. I think her comments within the Iranian context are actually more about political maneuvering and political positioning inside of Iran than they are about the reality. However, even a broken clock is right twice a day, and she certainly is correct in that the Islamic Republic is responsible for more deaths of Muslims and Muslim Arabs in the region than any other single entity or even organization, both through the IRGC, but also through all of these proxy terror groups, as she actually mentioned herself. But I don't want anyone to be confused. This woman is actually evil, okay? She's a part of the regime. That's not changing. But she is right on this one.
But if she is a part of the regime, Ambassador, wouldn't this be heresy? I mean, isn't this heresy? Shouldn't they be like out with the pitchforks because she's saying that they've killed more people, more Muslims than we have?
So I think there are signs of cracks. Is it all falling apart just yet? I don't know.
Right.
I have no doubt that this regime, its days are numbered. How many days?
Yeah.
I can't tell you. I don't think anyone can tell you.
Yeah.
I would remind you that all authoritarian regimes rely on the fear they instill in their people.
Yeah.
And they have to be strong to be able to impose that fear. And because this regime has been exposed by Israel and the United States as being a weak regime, the cracks in the regime just become larger and stronger. Now, between June last year, when we exposed for the first time before the public of Iran how weak the regime was, it took 7 months, not until June till January, for the protests to come out.
Sure.
So maybe we won't see protests while the fighting is on, maybe not in the weeks immediately following the end of the fighting. But I have no doubt that the seeds for the destruction of this regime are beginning to sprout.
Amen. And I think you're right. And, you know, already we saw some differences of opinion between the current president and the IRGC when one of them said, Pezeshkian said, no, we're not attacking the Gulf. And the next thing they know is that they're sending rockets to the Gulf. I mean, can it not? I mean, how can it not be showing cracks? That's my question. After everything that we're doing and the Americans are doing to kind of tear them apart. And the people themselves who are going to hopefully be coming out. And the people themselves, you know, nobody talks about this, but the people themselves are actually very much a part of the undermining of the authority at the moment. They are giving us intel. They are telling Israel and America where targets are. This is what I hear from my sources, that people are basically, you know, tattling, what do you say? Tattletaling about the besieger here, knock them out. Right. So, I mean, I agree with you that it might take time, but I just don't understand what is going on in terms of their policy or their strategy at the moment, especially when you're talking to the Gulf countries, especially when you have now Saudi Arabia saying, oh, hang on, we might join in the offensive.
I think that what you're witnessing is death throes, right? Like, meaning they are going to, when you have an animal backed in a corner, it is going to attack, it is going to do anything that it can to save itself. And I think that's what Iran is doing. It's bringing in, from what I understand, 12-year-olds, offering them guns, asking them to be child soldiers. You don't do that if you're in a good footing.
Well, exactly.
They're desperately, throwing missiles at everyone, trying to hit anyone it can, taking them down with the ship. And it is trying very hard to keep, what does it have? It has the Straits of Hormuz. Like, so it's desperately trying to keep oil from flowing out, because that puts tremendous pressure on Trump, right? It's all about the markets. It's all about the cost of oil. It's all about the markets. Even my father's flipping out about the markets, and like, what is my dad?
The Americans is just
stock,
about the market.
Right? It's just like, what are you doing to my stock prices? And I feel like they are doing whatever cards they have, they're playing.
Yeah, well, they don't have a lot of cards left, do they, Emily?
I mean, no. I mean, that's why we see the activity that we see right now, and what you talked about with the energy and trying to manipulate the global market. I mean, this is